so far just because we are after this extremely idea of freedom. And however, we do not see out of our own neglectance and our own blinding greed that we are manipulating and using the resources given to us by all compassion and without any conditions by Mother Earth and by existence. And today, the number of floods, disasters, fires, forest fires that is going on, as well as the hurricanes, the earthquakes, is all Mother Earth showing us how much we have neglected and almost exploited our own mother, who has provided everything, including a habitat for us to live in, which is not found anywhere in the universe. But we continue our ungrateful exploitation of Mother Earth, and today we're continuously living in a society asking for more and more and more, never once being grateful, never once thanking, and never once thinking about how we have gotten this, and learning how to appreciate every single thing that we have in our lives. Instead, we go on buying new phones every single year, new clothes every single month. And I'm sure that each and every one of you, or we have the desire to fulfill this. We never stop to think what is actually needed for us, the community around us, and the whole world at large. We are completely blinded by our greed and attitude for asking for more. We go on asking and asking and asking. Actually, there's a beautiful small story that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism narrated in the Guaranteed Solutions book in the chapter from contentment to gratitude, from discontentment to gratitude. And in the story, a man once goes to the doctor and he says, "Sir, I'm having insomnia. I really need some treatment." And the doctor says, "Okay, you're not finding yourself able to sleep at night, is it?" And he said, No, I'm able to sleep at night. I'm just not able to sleep in the mornings and the afternoons as well." And so see, understand, just like this, just like how this man is asking for something completely irrelevant, not needed in his life. But we are going on creating suffering inside of ourselves and searching for the solution outside. The truth is, we belong to existence, which is ultimate and all-pervading energy, omniscient, protective, compassionate, loving energy, which is ultimately doing and controlling the own show. When we forget that, we disconnect ourselves, we start to exploit what and think that, yes, this is dispensable, we can afford to lose whatever we have. But this time, we cannot afford, and we will see how much human beings are suffering in the next coming months. And the problem ultimately becomes that we forget that we belong to existence. We have to come to the understanding and experience of connecting ourselves back with the existence and understand that we are loved, we are put in our place wherever we are for a reason, and we are absolutely taken care of. Through this Parashakti Akashic reading program, you will just experience just that, a deep, fulfilling connection with the divine cosmic mother, Devi Parashakti, the source of billions and billions of universes which come in, and where all is the source of all of us, where all of us are in right now, which all of us have come from, and which all of us are going to go back and merge into at the end of our lives. And as well, Devi Parashakti is the embodiment of the divine feminine consciousness. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, we recognize that the first and foremost relationship in our lives is the one with the mother. Through the very umbilical cord when we are born, even if we don't know our mother after that, we had a very strong and tangible, permanent connection to her, which was cut when we had been born. And no matter what, that is always a very impactful experience on our very being. And you will see that the patterns that you carry, the emotions that you carry towards your mother, reflect in your emotions that you carry in other people around you, in the emotions that you carry in society and social institutions, and as well, finally, life itself and the universe. Empowering the relationship which you have with the Divine Mother is the relationship which you can heal the relationship with the existence itself and the universe itself, and ultimately experience the opening of the Sahasrara Chakra, find complete contentment in your life, and flower with gratitude. In this program, you'll be able to experience just that. Not only that, this program, the Bhava Samadhi Darshan program, has been shown to have increased our energy levels more than 1,300% and awakened the latent potential energy in us called the Kundalini energy, or the Kundalini awakening. And this process has the power to visibly slow down the aging process for you, as well as heal and spiritually heal many chronic illnesses, and even from a headache to even cancer. These are things that we have heard before, stories where people have literally had the biggest transformation in their life, and they are absolutely able to have such a strong, deep feeling connection with the Divine Cosmic Mother. Devi Parashakti is manifesting through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, granting our boons, revealing the time, the past, present, and future, and ultimately giving us the way, a possibility for us to experience the ultimate Paramashivoham. So I welcome each and every one of you once again for this program, and I invite you to stay tuned, to stay with us for this whole program, and sit back, relax, and just simply imbibe. You will be able to, even by the end of this program, manifest the most innate superhuman capabilities that are possible to humanity and even animals as well. And you will be able to do so even if you just sit and listen. Listening has such a deep power, and it itself is a power as well. So if you just listen, analyze, imbibe these powerful cognitions that we're going to be presenting to you today, you will see and awaken to the ultimate possibility of Devi Parashakti today, and how we can also intimately connect as well with Krishna Janmashtami, the auspicious time when 5,000 years ago the incarnation of Parandhama, Bhagavan Sri Krishna, had happened on planet Earth, is fastly approaching us. I invite each and every one of you to stay tuned to the program today, tomorrow, and in the next couple of hours, as well as tomorrow, in order to hear about the great festivities that are going to be happening, and also join in with us with the festivities of Sri Krishna Janmashtami on August 30th, happening within just a short time. Before I go into the next segment of today's program, I'd like to briefly introduce to each and every one of you the very being without whom none of us would be able to be enriched so deeply down to the very consciousness level, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the incarnation of Paramashiva and the reviver of Kailasa, the ancient macrocosmic enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. And as well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived the science of power manifestation, the science of temple-based lifestyle, and as well as yoga as well. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 233rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Kanchi Kailasa Sarvagnapitam, and the incumbent emperor of the Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, and as well the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 293rd Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, the supreme spiritual head of the Madurai Adinam, or the Shamalapita Sarvagnapitam, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the as well the Mahamandaleshwar of the Mahanirvani Akada, which is as the supreme spiritual head of one of the oldest ancient epics bodies of Sanatana Hindu Dharma and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is the 1008th Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of the Atal Akada, which is another very esteemed position in one of the oldest governing bodies of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and the 23rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Dharma Mukti Spargapuram Adhinam, and as well elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in 2015 by a congregation of over 1,000 great Hindu leaders. And today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has authored more than 300 books with in English, Tamil, and in Sanskrit. And you can see even 50 different language translations of these books, and you can make these available to you at nithyanandapedia.org, and also 20,000 hours of discourses, spiritual dikshas, and even intimate, so casual question and answer sessions with the avatar. So all of this is available to each and every one of you. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the reviver of more than 1 million Pali script books and the establisher of Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu University with satellite campuses in more than 150 countries. And there's so many different beautiful ways the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has contributed to the whole world in so many millions of lives, touched the very deep consciousness, and ultimately made each live enlightenment down to the very core. So once again, welcoming each and every one of you for this Parashakti Akashic reading program, and stay with us throughout this whole program, and we will guide you with the deepest healing connection with the existence itself. And by the end of this program, you will see an innate possibility awaken inside of you without even the least bit of effort. So now we have joining with us the Nithyananda Gurukul Balasan, and we will be entering into the next segment, the most exciting segment of today's program, the connection and the Shakti Nipada of the Nithyananda Gurukul Balasan, where they will be demonstrating the powers of Paramashiva just with a simple feeling connection, Shakti Pada, and oneness with the divine. And just witnessing this can awakening that Shakti Pada within inside of you and entangle you, start the very awakening of the biomemory of super consciousness inside of you. And you will have the complete experience with the initiation and diksha of Devi Parashakti manifesting through Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So without further ado, let's go on into our next segment of today's program, where we will be enjoying the demonstration of the extraordinary Shaktis by the Nithyananda Gurukul Balasan. Yes, let us enter into this segment right away and see how we can actually manifest extraordinary Shaktis. Have you ever wondered to yourself how it's possible that some people in this world have a supreme, supernal connection to the divine, are able to manifest such profound powers like levitation, teleportation, materialization even, and simply are able to manifest vibhuti, kumkum, and even read blindfolded completely? And have you wondered ever if it's possible for you? Now you'll be able to see exactly how it's possible. Thank you so much for starting the screen share. Now let's go on and begin understanding what are the extraordinary Shaktis, the Shaktis of Paramashiva. If I can ask if we can go to the next slide, please. Yes, we have joining with us, and it's always a pleasure to introduce to each and every one of you Nithyananda Gurukul Balasans, Ma Yoga Prana, and as well more who are going to be joining with us. And let us now enter into the segment on the Shaktis of Paramashiva. So, to introduce the Balasants, the Nityananda Yogis, the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and specifically Ma Yoga Prana here, will be now demonstrating the powers of third eye and sharing with all the experiences and results of the extraordinary manifestation of divine powers awakened in us through just a simple Diksha.
Yes. In today's Bhava Samadhi darshan, all of us will be received into the third eye awakening and various other powers with the blessings and the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So you will be witnessing the following powers of third eye, which is seeing with the eyes blindfolded. And the third eye is the cosmic browsing center located between the brows, which upon initiation, one can effortlessly express powers as you would see with your two eyes.
What exactly are Shakti? This might be very new to you. So let's give us a proper introduction about Shakti. In the Vedagamas, the source scriptures of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Paramashiva, the primordial Hindu divinity, reveals in elaborate detail that every human being, and even all animals also, is hardwired to manifest the 463 extraordinary Shaktis, or the divine powers. Manifesting powers are described as a system, method, and science for human beings to explore various possibilities and powers and have access to various states of consciousness. Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are divine and you need to manifest divine, and not that you are a man and you need to reach divine. There's a huge difference. And as well, Shakti is expressed from the space of enlightenment as a side effect of feeling connection with the divine and high integrity with the Guru. And Shaktis are a source of enlightenment. And on the contrast, there's something called a Siddhi as well. Siddhis are not manifested from the state of enlightenment, but come from tapas and penance as well.
The Shaktis of Paramashiva manifest through ordinary human beings in extraordinary ways, just with initiation with the avatar, and Shaktis are permanent. Siddhis are not permanent and they may divert you from enlightenment. So, who is the source of all these Shaktis? Paramashiva is the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause, which is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form, and causality. At the fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya, or the five cosmic acts of Srishti, creation, Sthiti, sovereign rulership and maintenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, Prabhava, pulling out of delusion, and Anugraha, liberating grace for all living entities.
Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as the 1008th living incarnation and representative Paramashiva, is the reviver of Kailasa, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. And ever since the beginning of the civilization, Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been the cradle of enlightened beings and highly advanced sciences. It is where the science of enlightenment and powers was lived and taught as a lifestyle itself. And for the first time in the modern day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving these yogic sciences and transmitting it to the world at a record-breaking, never accomplished before way. And as you can see here,
this also she can do.
Manifestation of Paramashiva, the knowledge and science of manifesting these Shaktis are passed down from one generation to the next through Diksha, or initiation by enlightened Guru. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism being recognized as an incarnation from the very beginning, from the very birth, and was trained and taught these sciences to revive the initiations and knowledge for the whole humanity for today. And these include extremely notable names, including Pundi Mahan, Isaki Swamigal, Annamalai Swamigal, even Kanchi Paramacharya, the 231st and 30th Guru Mahasanidhanam of Tonde Mandalam Adinam, as well as the Gurus of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Yogananda Puri and Mataji Vibhudananda Puri, and as well as the ecosystem that from and created by the great incarnation Ramana Maharshi, including Sadhu Om, and even Kanakamal and Tinnai Swami from Tiruvannamalai. There are so many gurus who trained the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the sciences of yoga, Veda, and Tantra, as well as Vedanta, Paramashivoham and Paramashivoham. And now we have an understanding what are these Shaktis, where they come from. Now let's break down how we can awaken the divine Shakti in us. Experiencing and manifesting Shaktis means every ultimate truth or jnana mapped into your consciousness is prajna, manifests as a possibility and a power of the very being, prajnana. And we'll now briefly watch a video on the Diksha and how it works.
Initiation creates high awareness. Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through initiation creates high awareness or touch. The traditional Vedic book is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through initiation creates high awareness. The traditional Vedic book is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through initiation creates high awareness or touch. As the traditional Vedic book is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being. In Rudra Yamala Tantra, Shiva says, as the traditional Vedic book is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being. In Rudra Yamala Tantra, Shiva says, the one who is not initiated. The Vedic book is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being. In Rudra Yamala Tantra, Shiva says, the one who is not initiated. Neuroscience is the Vedic Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being. Shiva says, the one who is not initiated. Neuroscience is the Vedic Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy.
Okay, thank you so much. So now the science of power manifestation is authenticated through four aspects of evidence, including the Shastra Pramana. The Shastra Pramana is the eternal, unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, and the Apta Pramana as well. If we can go back to the screen share for the slides. The Apta Pramana is the life and examples of the authorities of Hinduism, the great rishis, and the examples from our Hindu Puranas as well. And we also have the Atma Pramana, which is the account of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, who is our guru and who has himself tried, tested each and every one of these powers, manifested these powers, and has made them into reality in his life, showing us the ultimate possibility that is possible for each and every one of us to also do. And we also have the Pratyaksha Pramana. We can go on to the next slide. the pratyaksha pramana, or the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. And many of you might be wondering, okay, what are the agamas and everything? You understand that Vedas are the ultimate superior authority for Hindus, and Vedas are pure science where the ultimate truths are explained, and agamas are the scriptures where they apply technology, the applied science is explained. Vedas and agamas, Vedagamas are given status of Shruti as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva. They are the ultimate, eternal, unchangeable truth. A reference cited from these Shastras or the source scriptures is called the Shastra Pramana. And now let's get us ready for witnessing a unique and exciting demonstration of the power of third eye. We'll shortly be joined again by the Nithyananda Gurukul Basans, who will be demonstrating for each and every one of you these extraordinary shaktis. Let's now understand the pramanas, all the different pramanas for the power of seeing through the third eye.
So the first is the Shastra Pramana for the power of third eye, which comes from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 34. Kapalantarmanonyasa tishtannilitalochanaha kramena manaso dadyat lakshaye lakshyamuttamam.
And the translation, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind in inner space through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, the lakshyam, by having the vision through the beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva.
The next is the Apta Pramana, where Bhagavan Sri Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye. Bhagavan Krishna says to Arjuna in the 11th chapter, 8th verse, Natumam shakyase drashtum manenaiva swachakshusha divyam dadami te chakshuhu pashyame yogamaishwaram. But you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore I grant you the divine third eye. Behold my cosmic opulence. In the Hindu Purana, Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye to behold his Vishwarupa Darshan, the vision of his cosmic form. And in the 11th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, Arjuna completely narrates the cosmic form of Bhagavan Sri Krishna as he sees it through the third eye.
Inside and outside broke. The first experience is that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360 degree, 10 direction, below me, everything. I realized not only I was able to see, I was able to feel, experience. I felt that the skin of the stone on rock on which I was sitting and the skin of this body both carry me equally. In both I exist equally. The setting sun, rising moon, the whole Arunachala hill, all the plants, bush, shrubs, trees, everything, just became so alive. The idea, something is inside.
In such a beautiful way, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism described to us his own very experience of just at the mere age of 12. And now we have the Pratyaksha Pramana, the empirical evidence from the observation and scientific experimentation. In fact, in 2005, which is where the picture of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is here in this slide, so the global scientific community had a very profound opportunity to glimpse inside the brain of the avatar. And they studied and measured and compared metabolic cell activity of the brain in conscious and meditative states. So they did this using the tomography, and they were able to literally measure what's going on inside of the brain of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And when doing daily activities, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism saw the high activity is measured in the brain where the third eye is located. And when in deep samadhi state, only the third eye region is active and almost 90% of the rest of the brain is at peace. So this is something phenomenal, which is even showed through scientific evidence as well. And finally, we have the Sakshi Pramana, the experience and results of the extraordinary manifestation happening through the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So from 2013, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been manifesting and making others manifest these extraordinary Shaktis. This rare and sacred science of third eye awakening is being made available to humanity for the ultimate enrichment in conscious evolution by the SPH. And as the living incarnation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism embodies the most profound yogic state that surpass all bounds of time, space, and matter. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is literally gifting this pure, great science of third eye awakening, along with many other spiritual sciences through initiation. Millions of people have been initiated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and are experiencing the profound results as extraordinary powers in their everyday life. And now, without further ado, let us enter into the demonstration of Shaktis. We have joining back with us Ma Yoga Prana and Ma Viraja now as well, who are initiated in Nithyananda Gurukul Balasans. So I now hand it over to them and let each and every one of the viewers see for themselves the possibility that lies ahead of them.
Yes. So let us now enter into the extraordinary demonstration of the Shaktis of Paramashiva, where all of you are going to be witnessing the power of third eye being demonstrated right in front of your own eyes. So along with me, I have an extraordinary power manifester, an extraordinary Balasant, Maniti Virijananda, who is 16 years old, and she has been in the Nithyananda Gurukul for the past 9 years now, and she is going to be demonstrating this extraordinary Shakti to all of you today. So as all of you can see, I have the medically tested eye band with me. In front is a and behind is a thick sponge. There is no gap between the thick sponge and the opaque sheet, and there is no possible way of light entering in the eye band. And this is medically and scientifically proven that there's no possible way of light entering the eye band, even with the eyes open. So as all of you can see, I am unstrapping the eye band and placing it on Mavirija's eyes. Mavirija, are you comfortable? I request you to put the strap over my nose. Now are you comfortable? I request you to send to the eye band. Yes. Yes. So Mavirija is completely comfortable now, and I request you to turn to the right, left, up, and down. Yes. So you can see that there is no gap between the eye band and Mavirija's eyes. And now she is going to be reading all your comments from the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. And any one of you can go ahead, post anything you would like. You can see stickers, numbers, letters, anything you want. And Mavirija is going to be reading it live in front of your own eyes. I request the YouTube comments to be projected. Okay, so the latest comment in Kailasa's page Nithyananda Paramashivam YouTube channel is by Saranka Vidiyakaran has posted. Basically, Manitya Lala Dakshananda has posted Nithyananda. And before the Shanti Rajamanikam was posted Nithyananda and an emoji where like the mouth is like awe and the two hearts as the eyes. And Namaskar emoji and the same emoji after that. And before that, this person named HSIG Music has posted. Please bless me with the proper job. Please allow genuine people around me. Bless me, Nithyananda. And a Namaskar emoji. And the latest comments posted by Manitya Maheshwaramayananda has posted. Wonderful, Ma. It's really amazing.
Yes, amazing. That was a wonderful demonstration of how Ma Virija was able to so fluently, so confidently read all these comments from the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel.
And after that, Manitya Paramashivam Priya has posted, good morning, Kailasa.
Okay. Anyone else who wants to post your comments, please go ahead, post anything you want. You can post numbers, letters, any random scientific terms, medical terms, anything you want. And Ma Virija is going to be reading it out live.
And Rahul, okay, after Ma Paramashivam Priya has again posted, love to all in Kailasa and smiley emoji. And after Rahul Aswan is posted Namaskar emoji and the flower. And after Shanti Rajamanikam was posted deep gratitude, Ma.
Amazing. And all of you saw how Ma Virija was able to read all which were posted so fluently and so accurately, just as if she's reading with her eyes open. And that is all due to the grace of Swamiji. Just with the grace of Swamiji, she is able to manifest and read with her eyes blindfolded. That was a beautiful demonstration. I'm going to now remove the eyeband of Ma Virija. You can see that the eyeband is completely intact. There is no difference. And yes, that was a beautiful demonstration of this power. Stay tuned for witnessing the upcoming power, which is the power of body scanning, where all of you will be witnessing the initiated disciples and Nithyananda yogis manifesting the power of being able to scan illnesses, diseases, medically diagnosed issues, and reveal the root causes of the problem and even reveal solutions for that problem. Yes. So I request the Shastra Pramana to be rejected. Okay. So we are now going to be listening to the Shastra Pramana, which is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 54. Swadehe jagato vapi sukshma sukshmatarani cha tattvani yani nilayam dhyatvante vyajyate para.
The translation goes, Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognizes deeply from the subtle to subtlety constitute principles of the whole body, Swadeha, or of the whole universe, simultaneously consists of the whole of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in the source cause, Paramashiva. By the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all thoughts, and the ultimate universal divine power, Paradevi Adishakti, is revealed, and the supreme power manifestation happens.
And next is the Apta Pramana, which is from the life of a Siddha named Teriyar. Teriyar was a Siddha and one of the prominent disciples of Agastya. One day, a man suffering from a severe headache comes to Agastya for healing, and Agastya uses the power of body scanning and identifies the root cause of the headache. He reveals that there is a small type of Teriyar, a type of frog, sitting in the person's brain. Agastya immediately instructs his disciple Teriyar to perform an open head surgery and remove the frog. After the surgery is completed successfully, the person is completely healed and cured of the headache. Thus, the disciple gained the name Tereyai.
And also we have the Atma Pramana, the account from the life of a supreme pontiff of Hinduism, which is literally a divine life that is in itself a Purana itself. On the 22nd of December 2019, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had explained to us what happened 7 years back when a multi-compound hand fracture had happened to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And it was a extremely profound, even some would say divine happening that happened in the year 2011. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, I was forced to go for surgery and therefore medical checkups related to that. And at that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in my different organs. It was revealed I had been poisoned without our knowledge. And I immediately used the diagnostic methods instead of the medical facilities to study the body condition due to the poisoning. Through the body scanning, I found out what was the problem, imbalances that had happened and where the imbalance has to be done. And I use the allopathy as the second opinion to verify my findings. So just like this, we will be demonstrating and showing the example of how the body scanning power works. And we also have the Sakshi Pramana, the various different experiences and the results of the extraordinary manifestation happening through the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. As you can see here, many people have gone to Facebook and shared their experiences of how they have been able to manifest and this power, or how they've been healed and they found a solution through this power. And if you would like to have your body scanned today, right now, you can go ahead and go to the comment section of YouTube, and we'll be taking a look at your comments. And if you'd like to have a body scan, the Nithyananda Gurugul Balasans will body scan you, and you'll be able to find a spiritual solution for any problem that you are having. So right now, go ahead and comment if you are wanting a body scan.
Yes, let us now witness the extraordinary demonstration of the power of body scanning being manifested by the Balasins of the Nithyananda Gurukul. Along with me, I have an extraordinary power manifester, an extraordinary Balasin, Manitya Brahmayogananda, who is 13 years old, and she is going to be demonstrating this extraordinary Shakti to all of you. So Shanti Rajamanikum has posted, Ma, my friend's son is having leukemia, Vittal Krishna Naidu, very serious condition. Scan and heal him, Ma. My friend gave permission to scan and heal him, Ma. Amma Parashakti, please heal him. Yes, Ma. Surely we'll be doing a body scanning for your friend's son, as you also have the consent and permission. Yes, Amma Brahmayoga, please go ahead and start the body scanning. Yes. So now Ma Brahmayoga is going to be chanting the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, and she is going to be connecting to Paramashiva and revealing the body scanning for Vittal Krishna Naidu.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, Maniti Maheshwara Mayananda has posted. Is it possible to scan what is stopping me from manifesting wealth? Yes, ma, I'll be doing the scanning and revealing through my third eye, whatever Paramashiva reveals for you manifesting wealth. Okay. Maheshwara Mayananda, Paramashiva reveals that the reason you are not manifesting wealth is because you are not fully, you are not being authentic with your wealth. You are not using it properly, and you are not using the wealth properly into its full capacity. So that is the reason why you have stopped. You have that is what is stopping you from manifesting wealth. You are not being authentic with whatever you are getting, and you feel you continue even if you are getting some amount, instead of thinking and using that efficiently and properly, you are only thinking about how to get more, not seeing that whatever you have is not being used properly. So this is the reason why you are not manifesting more wealth, ma. Paramashiva revealed that every day you should do a completion with this. Write down every day, just write down your 4 images and how you can be a complete and being responsible for all the wealth which you are having already, and just do puja to Devi Rajarajeshwari. And this is what Paramashiva reveals. You will be complete, means this, you will actually start manifesting more wealth.
Yes, I have done the body scanning for Ma Shanti Rajamanikan's son, Vittu Krishna Naidu. And Ma Parameshwar revealed that the solution for him is he should start following the Nirahara Samyama, and he should start drinking a lot of milk. He does this, and also he should only be listening to the Mahavakya, continuously listening to the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. If he follows these solutions, he'll see that the high vibration energy of the Mahavakya will enter his body and to start healing the leukemia. And also him doing Nirahara Samyama and having a lot of milk will really help him for his leukemia to heal. So if you just follow these 3 solutions, you'll see that that your son will really heal and will really become better.
Yes, so that was a scanning for Ma Shanti Rajmanikam's friend's son. Yes, so I request you to get back, Ma. And Ma Maheshwara Mayananda, I request you also to get back. And Ma Paramashiva Priya has requested for a body scanning. Yes, Ma, I did the body scanning for you. And Paramashiva revealed that you have very dry skin, Ma. And a very dry skin, and that you start feeling very your skin starts itching a lot throughout the day, and especially when you're exposed to a lot of heat. And Paramashiva revealed this is because of the toxins and worms in your stomach. You should really do the detoxing. And Paramashiva revealed that you should every day apply if you have a deity of Devi Parashakti or any one of the forms of Devi, Rajarajeshwari or Lakshmi or anybody, you should every day apply fully chandan on their body and take that chandan and apply it on your turmeric and apply that on your body mass, and you will be healed from this thing. This is all Paramashiva revealed. And yes, Saranka Vidyakaran Manitya Lalatakshananda has requested for body scanning. Ma Brahmayaga, please go ahead and do the body scanning for Ma Lalatakshananda. Manitya Paramashiva Priyananda has posted, please bless me to have my Athaninga auspiciously returned or replaced. Nithyanandam. Swamiji, I'm so grateful for all Devi has blessed me. Atma, just connect to Paramashiva and just surrender to Swamiji and you will automatically get your Athaninga back. You can go ahead.
Yes, so Ma Lalatakshananda, I did the body scanning for you, and Parameshwar revealed to me that you're having muscle cramps in many parts of your body, and that is you're not able to move around a lot because of that, and it's really troubling you. So the solution which Parameshwar revealed is just do a full body massage with warm castor oil, and you'll start healing. All the muscle cramps will automatically start healing, and you'll be able to move your body completely, and you'll be completely fine.
Wow, amazing. So this is the body scanning for Ma Lalatakshananda. I request you to get back, Ma. And Ma Shanti Rajamanikam has posted, deep gratitude, Ma Parashakti. I will inform this to my friend. Yes, Ma, please do inform this to your friend and get back. And just tell her to follow the solution which Paramashiva revealed. She will be completely healed and her son will be completely healed from this cancer. Anyone else who wants a body scanning, please go ahead and post the request in the Kailasas HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. And we have a few more minutes. Ma Brahmayoga can do the scanning for all of you. Okay, Maniti Paramashiva Priyananda has posted. Thank you, Ma. Thank you so much. Loved. I will do this, Ma. It's true. I have dry skin and a problem with detoxing fully, even though I take Haritaki daily. Yes, Ma. Thank you for getting back, and just follow the solution which Paramashiva revealed and you will be completely healed from your problems. Yes. So now it's time to conclude this power manifestation segment. We thank all of you for joining with us in this segment. And if you were not able to get the body scanning due to interest of time, and if you were not able to call any one of your friends or family members for the body scanning, please go ahead, call them and come back tomorrow and every day at 2 a.m. IST and 4 p.m. IST. And you can get the live body scanning being manifested by the Balasins of the Nithyananda Gurukul. And you will be able to find out the root cause of your problem. And with this, we would like to conclude this power manifestation session. Please stay tuned for the upcoming segments where you will be learning about who is Devi Parashakti, what are the Akashic readings, and much, much more. And tomorrow we will be, as it is the Krishna Janmashtami, will be graced by Bhagavan Krishna himself. So thank you, Nithyanandam. And The next segment is where you will be learning about the divine feminine consciousness, about Devi Parashakti and how to connect with the mother, how to invoke Devi Parashakti. So let us start with the Dhyana Shloka from the Lalita Sahasranamam, and let us invoke Devi Parashakti. Move on to the next slide, please. सिन्दूरारुण विग्रहां त्रिनयनां माणिक्यमौलिस्फुरत् तारानायकशेखरां स्मितमुखीमापीन वक्षोरुहां पाणिभ्यां मलिपूर्णरत्नचषकं रक्तोत्पलं बिभ्रतीं सौम्यां रत्नघटस्थरक्तचरणां ध्यायेत् परामम्बिकाम्. The translation goes, the Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in a vermilion red body with a triple eyes, sporting a crown of rubies studded with the crescent moon. A face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jewel, cup brimming with mead, and the other twirling a red lotus. And let us now listen to the next Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti. अरुणां करुणां तरङ्गिताक्षीं धृतपाशाङ्कुशपुष्पबाणचापाम् अनिमादिभिरावृतां मयूखैरहमित्येव विभावये भवानीम्. The translation goes, I meditate on the great empress. She is red in color, and her eyes are full of compassion. She holds the noose, the gourd, the bow, and the flowery arrow in her hand. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as anima, her rays, and she is the self within me. Devi Parashakti. Devi is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes comes out and goes in. The source where the Big Bang and black holes go on. Parashakti is the source Shakti, the source energy, the source power from which all of us came and which all of us are in even now and which all of us are. Out of her extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nijavatara of Paramashiva, as the Nijavatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and is gracing us, answering all our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, future, and delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us space of Paramashivoham itself. And in the words of Devi Parashakti herself, raising as the Omkara, expressing as the Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as the Hrinkara, filled as Parashodashi, living in the 40 triangles, the Kailasa Swamini, who is in Kailasa, Shripura, Chintamani, Parashodashi, sitting as part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari, who rules the world. Manonmani, Meenakshi, as Nithyananda, I took Nijavatara here, to give good boons to everyone, to bestow all goodness, Hiranyagarbha Swarupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Chapala, Aparna, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayovana, Samrajya Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodashi, Meenakshi. Taking the form as Nithyananda, I came here as the Nijavatara. With great compassion, I am blessing. Listen, people, to do good to all of you. I took the form of Nithyananda and came down as the Nijavatara. And Parashakti continues, raising in the Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, manifesting as the source of existence, the powers of existence, the expression of existence, from the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three into Shaktis, Icha, Kriya, Jnana, growing as four Vedas, expanding as five Panchaputas beyond the six chakras, filled as Gotras of the seven Rishis, expanding as the eight directions, existing as the nine Grahas, blossoming as the 10 Indriyas, being as the 11 Rudras, creating all the worlds, bringing life to tell and make the truth blossom, and to do good. Parashodashi, Meenakshi in the form of Nithyananda, I came to bless every one of you. And how to receive Devi Parashakti. Literally, you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. She is there in your screen. So always receive her very traditionally. You can keep two beetle leaf, one banana, one beetle nut, and one coin in front of the screen. Watch Devi. And the coin is considered as the traditional dakshina in Hindu traditions. It can be the lowest value in India, and it can even be 1 paisa. In US, it can be even a cent. I am not trying to monetize. Keep even 1 cent. It is okay if you have darshan. It will add up to $1. In India, even 1 paisa. Offer that to Devi, and after the darshan is over, do the namaskara and eat the banana, beet leaf and beetle nut. Take it as prasadam immediately. Collect those coins and send it to the LA temple. This beetle leaf, beetle nut may look too small, but in a few days, you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that she is really there. Really, she is there. You will not take Devi Darshan for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous, unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you and raise you to powerful cognition. It will just break your unconscious behavior. So we'll give you some time to collect all these items and get ready. Yes, you can take some time and collect all these items.
Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanura Mardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadguru. He is the most powerful, greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva, ever happened in the cosmos, and the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put in one word the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure romance. Essence of Krishna's life, message, legacy is life, intense life.
He is so much in love with life, in romance with the cosmos. Everything was just celebration. Celebrate today whole day. Give vacation for your depression. Tell your mind bye. and celebrate, celebrate, celebrate.
Nithyananda. Welcome back, dear viewers. Now let us enter into this next segment where we will understand some of the various revelations made by Devi Parashakti. We just watched the amazing power manifestation of Gurukul Balasan. Now let us see how Devi has been manifesting in each of our lives, how what Devi has revealed has manifested into reality in each of our lives, and as a humanity as a whole. So first, let us understand the compassion of the avatar. In the Guru Padaka Stotram, composed by Adi Shankaracharya, the very first verse describes how the Guru Padaka, the sacred feet of the Guru, is the boat that helps us cross the Ananta Samsara Samudra, the seemingly endless ocean of samsara or suffering. And the translation of that verse, salutations to the sandals of my Guru, which is a boat which helps me cross the endless ocean of life, which endows me with the sense of devotion to my Guru, and by worship of which I attain the dominion of renunciation. So many of us are feeling stuck in the same storming and raging, being unable to navigate ourselves and lost in the overwhelming vastness of the suffering that surrounds us during Pralaya, the great deluge. Our loved ones are dying due to the pandemic. Our homes are being destroyed due to the natural disasters. Our social institutions are crumbling around us, and the whole of humanity is in a desperate and dire need of hope. It is at this time that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, out of his deepest love and compassion, having taken spiritual responsibility for the super conscious breakthrough of mankind, is manifesting Devi Parashakti and guiding and healing the whole world as literally the boat that sails us through this pralaya. And herself manifesting through the Nijavatara and answering each of our prayers, granting boons, healing us, manifesting miracles, removing all our pain and suffering. Devi has not just attended to us individually, but also as humanity as a whole. And Devi Parashakti has guided the whole of humanity in the form of various revelations and profound sacred secrets of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and showing us the future regarding global issues, the COVID pandemic, natural disasters such as fires, floods, and more, and even the twisted human conspiracies and underground wars which have not yet surfaced to common knowledge. In this segment, we will be elaborating on some of the statistical, scientific, and scriptural references of the revelations made by Devi Parashakti, which have manifested precisely as the same guidance emerged from Devi Parashakti herself. And this is for us to imbibe deeply and start following as Devi Parashakti continues to protect us until the storm ends and we are safely harbored at the shores of our consciousness. So let us first understand the revelation made by Devi Parashakti on sea levels rising on the 19th of May, 2021. Let us now watch that video of the revelation.
Om, Om.
ஆண்ட்ரியாஸ் கல். உலகப்போரிலிருந்து தப்பிக்க எந்நாடு பாதுகாப்பென்று கேட்கின்றாய், கேட்டுக்கொள் சொல்வதை எல்லாம். மத்திய கிழக்கிலே போர், இந்தியாவில் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று மற்றும் கடல் உயர் எழும்பல் எனும் மூன்றில் இருந்தும் காவல் கைலாசம் ஒன்றே. வாழ்விற்கு அதுவே நன்றே. முடிந்தால் வந்து சேர்ந்திடு. ஓம் ஓம்.
Let us understand the revelations made by Devi mapped into English. You are asking which country is safe to escape from the Third World War. Listen to everything which is said. War in the Middle East, deadly corona in India, and rising sea levels. Protection from all of these three is one and only in Kailasa. Only it is good for life. If possible, come and reach. Om, Om, Om. And on the 19th of May, 2021, while answering the prayer of one of the devotees, Devi Parashakti, manifesting through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, warned about the sea levels rising and the cascading effects of climate change crisis on humanity. And of course, we've heard this for several years or even several decades, that we will be seeing the effects of climate change. But exactly as Devi reveals, the very next day, on the 20th of May, 2021, the biggest ever iceberg broke, which was 70 times the size of Manhattan, posing a huge threat to humanity and causing the sea levels to drastically rise. So immediately after Devi reveals this about the sea levels rising, we saw the immediate effects of it. Of course, we knew research has shown that this will be happening, but we saw immediately how it happened, manifesting before our eyes. So let us now see these scientific articles about the sea levels rising as per Devi's revelations. So the first article shows on the 20th of May, 2021, as we stated, one day after Devi revealed that sea levels would be rising, the world's largest iceberg broke off the Antarctic shelf. And as we saw, that this caused sea levels to rise. And as we know, the effects of climate change have been well known for years, and even under the most modest scenarios, scientists expect that sea levels to rise will affect the Earth's coastlines significantly in the coming years. So this is even if in a best case scenario, and if we are able to bring our CO2 emissions to complete zero within the next few hundred years, we will see sea levels rising up to 1 meter. That's in a best case scenario. And worst case scenario, if the emissions continue to rise and we see the level of CO2 emissions that we're seeing right now, it will go up to 4 meters within the next few hundred years. So we will very much see the effects of sea levels rising in the next coming few hundred years for humanity. And since the sea levels since the 1880s, in some ocean basins, sea levels have risen as much as 6 to 8 inches, that's 15 to 20 centimeters, since the start of the satellite record in 1993. And it's predicted that the sea levels will rise 1 to 8 feet by 2100. So within one lifetime itself, we will see a very drastic change in the sea levels, which will inevitably affect the coastal regions, which the communities which are living around them. And in the United States, almost 40% of the population lives in relatively high population density coastal areas. And globally, 8 of the world's 10 largest cities are near a coast, according to the UN Atlas of the Oceans. And so we can see that if, and this looks to be inevitable, as the sea levels rise, the coastal regions, the communities in the coastal regions, the population in the coastal region will have a very serious effect of this. We'll see very directly the effects of the sea levels rising, the effect of global climate change. And as much of the population within the US itself is living near the ocean, they will experience a lot of these negative effects of the sea levels rising, and even other large cities across the globe will see many effects of the sea levels rising. And as we know, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has already revealed many years ago that in the coming years, we should move away from the ocean. We should not live near the oceans, the coastlines, as we will see the effects of the climate change crisis on humanity. And as part of the direct and also indirect effects of the sea levels rising, we are seeing higher background water levels, which means that deadly and destructive storm surges, such as those associated with Hurricane Katrina, Superstorm Sandy, and Hurricane Michael, push farther inland than they once did. And this will, of course, affect more people as they go further inland. And the higher sea levels also mean more frequent high tide flooding, sometimes called nuisance flooding. So this nuisance flooding has already increased between 300 to 900% over the last 50 years. So we will see this continue to rise as we see the sea levels rising. And more, unfortunately, more and more communities, more and more people, more and more nature and animals will be affected by this, by these sea levels rising and by the overall global climate change crisis. So as we all know, global warming is the primary cause of sea levels rising, and this happens in one of two ways, which is that glaciers and ice sheets, just as we saw recently, worldwide are melting and adding water to the ocean. And second, the volume of the ocean is expanding as the water warms. And a third, much smaller contributor to sea levels rising is a decline in the amount of liquid water on land. So aquifers, lakes, reservoirs, rivers, soil moisture is all shifting from the land, water on land into the ocean. And the shift of the liquid water from land to ocean is largely due to groundwater pumping. So again, human activity is causing this shift in the sea levels. And here we can see an example of the Patterson Glacier in 1917 and in 2005, literally less than 100 years after the original photo was taken. We can see almost the entire glacier is melted, and literally grass is growing where once a glacier stood. So we can see how much this climate change crisis is directly affecting people within like less than one lifetime. And of course, this the pace of global sea levels rising has more than doubled from 1.4 millimeters per year throughout most of the 20th century to 3.6 millimeters per year from 2006 to 2015. So for most of the 20th century, it was pretty stable. We can go back to this slide now. So for most of the 20th century, the levels rising was pretty stabilized. But over the last decade or two, we've seen that the levels of sea level rising have literally doubled. So we can see that we are not in any way curbing our damage to the environment, and we are only increasing our effects on the climate change. And as Devi revealed, we will see the cascading effects on humanity, and we will see how the no place will be safe from all of this across the globe except for Kailasa. And we've seen in Iceland, in Greenland, the ice loss was around 34 billion tons per year between 1992 and 2001. And in 2012 to 2016, we've seen that it has increased to 247 billion tons per year. So literally 8 times as much we've seen it increased within just a very short time span. So we are very, very drastically we will very drastically see the effects of our damage done to Mother Earth within the next few years. And unfortunately, only Kailasa will be safe from all of this. The rest of the world will be facing the effects of this. And we've already seen this happening across the globe. In August of 2021, the UN published a code red, a warning of worsening global warming and rising sea levels. So like 2 months after they made the revelations about sea levels rising, we've seen that the UN also has published a warning. Fortunately, we were blessed to listen to Devi Parashakti's revelations and know what was to come, expect what was to come. And of course, we've seen over the last decade or so the effects of global warming and the continuous warning. Scientists and researchers across the world, however, we are now directly in a crisis, and this is exactly as Devi revealed. We will see the direct effects of this in the coming months and years, unfortunately. And though we've known about this, we did not expect it to be happening at this time. And the UN has published a code red, and this was just a few months after what Devi revealed. So fortunately, we were blessed to have Devi continuously guiding us, and we knew what to expect in the coming months. And in the article published, it stated that some of the harm from climate change, the dwindling ice sheets, the rising sea levels, and the changes in the ocean as they lose oxygen and become more acidic is irreversible for centuries to millennia. And the world is locked into 15 to 30 centimeters. That's 6 to 12 inches of sea level rise by the mid-century. And so just as Devi revealed, there is no place that will be safe from all of this. And unfortunately, there is nothing that humanity and researchers and scientists have as a solution. Is only the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It is only Kailasa that will be able to be providing a solution for humanity. And we've already seen across the globe, many of us have heard across the globe, the effects of the sea levels rising, the effects of the global climate change crisis. Let us see some of these effects that we've seen in the last several months. And even if we significantly curb emissions as shown in the earlier graph, in the coming decades, more than a third of the world's remaining glaciers will melt before the year 2100. So within the next 80 years, we will see this. And when it comes to the sea ice, 95% of the oldest and thickest ice is in the Arctic, and this is already gone. So we've already seen this in the last 100 years. Most of the glaciers and ice sheets dwindling, and we will continue to see this in the next 100 years. And this will very seriously, directly affect the world, just as Devi revealed. Many of us feel, oh, the global climate change crisis is something that scientists are continuously warning about, but it may not, I'm not seeing the direct effect of it. But as Devi revealed, we have started seeing the direct effect of the global sea levels rising and the overall climate change crisis, with recently the German floods that have devastated the country. And in one article, it reported that more than 150 people are still missing in the German floods and are unlikely to be found, unfortunately. And in science, it was reported that Europe's deadly floods leave scientists stunned. Even scientists who have been warning about this are completely stunned by the damage that these floods have done and the effects of sea levels rising. And the climate crisis made deadly German floods up to 9 times, just as they revealed, due to the cascading effect of the climate change crisis and the sea levels rising. We will, as a humanity, directly experience these effects. And unfortunately, we've already seen that there's no way that we can really reverse the damage that we've already done for modern science. And we are unfortunately locked in. It is inevitable, some of these effects of the climate change crisis across the globe. And there's not anyone who's really able to provide a solution except for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. There's only the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa, which are providing a solution to actually reverse the damage. Only through non-violence will we be able to heal Mother Earth. Mother Earth is not an inanimate object. She is an energy. She is a living, breathing intelligence. And when we are having that non-violence, that oneness with Mother Earth, we will be able to heal the effects that we've already done. When we're able to be in touch with Bhumata and are having that oneness experience, she literally will respond to us. We will see how she actually responds and is able to heal herself through the consciousness of humanity rising, and through the non-violence and the oneness with Mother Earth, we can actually reverse the damage. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed actually how Mother Earth literally responds. Bhumata literally responds to us when we are in tune with her. So let us understand how we can see Mother Earth directly responding to us.
The human beings have become so distanced from the real life, are ready to explore things. We become so far away from, at least I can tell you from my experience, village boy. When I was 5 or 6, I opened all the alarm clocks in my house and I'll set it back, put it back. I don't see all that in the modern day kids. It's all about that stupid cell phone. Involvement with the reality has drastically reduced. our whole life is nothing but the screen. Whether your love, your relationships, even your sex, everything is limited to that screen. Am I right? Almost. No, almost. Everything has been reduced to that screen. Involvement with the reality has drastically come down. It is so unfortunate, especially the food, the plastic food dumped into your system. See, all the things which you eat, none of them have life. They are all not grown from life. My guru used to tell, please walk without chappal or covering your feet. Whatever grows in that land, eat, because Mother Earth records when you walk without shoes what all the ingredients are missing in your body. She records what you need for your body, nutrients or vitamins, whatever is missing in your body, she produces in that food which grows in that land. And eat that and live. It is too mind-boggling concept. I tell you, only after I started doing it, I realized you don't need any external medicine if you know to live with the nature. Mother Earth, Bhumata, walk on the earth without shoes. In that land, what grows will supply exactly what you need for your body. Looks too difficult to believe. But after I started doing that, I realized it. Your body does not need any other medicine, anything else. Actually, maybe 2 years before, due to these continuous classes, day and night, and in the night time, the web-based programs for the outside India, all these, my whole eating habits have gone chaos, and no question of rest. It became like a too much on the system. So I had some stomach issues. I remembered my guru telling this, and what grows, eat. So I started walking without chappal for a few days. Suddenly I saw in my courtyard a new plant coming up. No seed, nothing, just coming up. I was wondering what is going on. How come suddenly, between the rocks, new plant coming up. And one of the devotee Ayurvedic doctor, he said, Swamiji, if you can get this plant and add it in your food, your stomach will be completely healed. I said, where to get? When he walked into the courtyard, he said, this is the plant. This is the plant. And throughout the campus we searched, we did not find another one. Nobody knows from where the seed has come, from where the plant has come. Understand, it is not that just for me miraculously nature is doing. It is the nature's life. I was ready to play with it, so she showed the miracles to me. Anybody willing to play with her, she shows her miracles to you. Nature is miraculous. If we are ready to play, she shows it. She demonstrates her love, her care. If we go back to the food with life, our life also will start more interacting, more alive, more vibrant, more overflowing.
feels. Nature is miraculous. Bhumata is miraculous. She will respond to you. She will literally respond whatever you need. And if you are able to connect with her with this non-violence, this oneness with her, she will respond. She'll be able to heal herself. And this non-violence is the grand narrative of Hinduism. It is the underlying thought current of every sampradaya in Hinduism. So let us understand what this means from the Supreme Concept of Hinduism himself.
We often believe that exacting revenge is a form of emotional release and that getting retribution will help us feel better. Especially this modern day cinema, entertainment industry, cult brainwashes you. The act of revenge as a way of gaining closure after a wrong is done. No! I tell you the truth, revenge has the opposite effect. Revenge is like a korangu sorinjikra mari, ari padangadu. Tamil, they say that monkey feeling itching and scratching itself is never going to settle down. Till that monkey dies, it will not settle down because it will create a wound and it will not keep quiet with that wound. That same wound it will scratch more and more. And it will be more infection. Finally, the monkey will die. Orangu sorinjikitadum, nama violence la vidaradum onnu. Understand? Mass media, cult, entertainment industry, TV and cinema, cult is brainwashing you, telling that revenge is heroism, violence is heroism. No, it is not. Non-violence is heroism. I tell you. In every level, non-violence as a strategy. Because you see, non-violence makes you realize more and more oneness. It strengthens the oneness. Oneness strengthens the non-violence and non-violence strengthens the oneness. You need to understand the context. Only then you will understand how this non-violence can be a successful strategy. If you miss one or two components and do it out of wrong context, it will become a mess. It will become a laziness and non-involvement. Laziness and non-involvement is not non-violence. Don't use non-violence brand and tag to justify your non-involvement and laziness. No. That's what Arjuna was trying to do in the Arjuna Vishada Yoga. He was telling Krishna, oh, why should I kill people? Why should I kill people? Let me go away and become a sannyasi. This fellow, when he went to do tapas in the forest also, he got married to a girl. Every time this fellow goes for tapas, whether he brings boons or not, he brings girls. Alright, no disrespect to Arjuna, he is incarnation of Nara and Narayana. So no disrespect to Arjuna. Non-violence should not be misconstrued or should not be used to portray your non-involvement and laziness, tiredness and boredom. Hinduism is actively enriched. World will become great place. Not only we are a non-violent tradition, we believe in consciousness. We have the consciousness, raising the quality of the humanity. We believe in it, we spread it, we live it. We be, live, believe. Let us all understand non-violence need to be actively lived, be lived, believed, and actively enriched. Actively enriched. All I wanted all of you to know what Hindus miss Sri Kailasa should do. Do Tyaga, to tell the world actively, enrich the world actively about Hinduism. Ahimsa paramo dharmaha. Ahimsa is the highest value as per Hinduism. Ahimsa paramo dharmaha. That is the grand narrative of Hinduism. Non-violence is the grand narrative of Hinduism. We need to tell that grand narrative to the whole world. Actively. Not only you will be non-violent, ahimsa, established in ahimsa, you will actively practice ahimsa and enrich everyone to live ahimsa. You will create an ecosystem where ahimsa can be practiced with integrity. Understand? All the infrastructures needed to keep the non-violence, ahimsa. Media. Media is the non-violent way of reaching out to people and telling the real truths and facts.
So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that the grand narrative of Hinduism is non-violent. And that is the reason that Hindus are able to connect with Mother Nature. That's why for thousands of years, the Hindu population were able to live in that oneness with Mother Nature, with Bhumata, where she responded, and it lived in harmony with Bhumata. And the only way to heal Mother Nature through all of this crisis, the climate change crisis, as we are seeing, is through nonviolence, is through experiencing that oneness and healing all the damage that we have done to her. And it is only the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism who is providing a solution for this. And through the Kailasa Uniting Nations, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been continuously working and enriching people about this science and continuously working to heal Mother Nature from the damages that we've done. It's only through Kailasa we will find a realistic solution for the crisis that we will be facing within the next few decades. So if you would like to learn more, you can visit kailasa.org and learn more about the work that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been doing in the area of environment and climate change, and how he has been healing Mother Earth through this science of nonviolence and through Hinduism. And you can become an e-citizen of Kailasa by signing up at kailasa.org by signing up at kailasa.org, and you can avail all of the benefits of becoming an e-citizen, learn more about Hinduism and how Hinduism offers a solution for every problem, including the climate change crisis, and how only the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is bringing this to humanity. So with this, we will be concluding this portion of the program and be entering into the next part of the program, where we will learn some of the ways that we can connect with Devi Parashakti. As we know, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed only when we are in tune with Bhumata, with Mother Nature, with the cosmos, will we see her responding to us. So with these various offerings, you will tune yourself, you will have that oneness with Devi Parashakti, and you will see her literally responding to you. And you will be able to receive all of the blessings from Devi Parashakti. So we will be right back after a short break and enter into this next segment.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all of the viewers after a very quick break that we had just taken. And we understood in the last segment the various ways Devi Parashakti warned us was rising. And it was a very phenomenal, astounding things we saw right in front of our eyes, where Devi Parashakti warned about sea levels rising. And just within a few days, the largest iceberg which ever had disconnected from the Antarctic had disconnected. It was the size, more than I think 7 times the size of Manhattan Island. That is unquestionably a warning that Devi Parashakti had given each and every one of us, and has told us, as we are even seeing more coastlines becoming very faulty, as more tsunamis, earthquakes are happening all over the world, and more scares are happening with this sea level rising. It's at this time that Devi Parashakti has manifested to forewarn each and every one of us, and to whom all she is reaching out, who all listen and are devoted and integrated to the practices and to the words of Devi Parashakti. They will be protected completely, and Parashakti has given us, blessed us with the ultimate protection. And Devi has given us so much over the last 1.5 years of this extreme pandemic. We've seen how devastating across the world it has been, and not just pandemics within pandemics, but also an economic meltdown which is happening globally, as well as different and even so many millions of people across the world facing starvation, others who are facing even depression, anxiety, and suicide ideation. For those of us who know, we know that Devi Parashakti, her manifestation, has given us a way of solace and refuge, who is literally the universal refuge, and has saved each and every one of us from so much. Many of us healed from coronavirus itself, many of us who were brought back from the very brink, many of us who have had our questions, our boons, everything answered for us, our past, present, and future revealed to us. In this next segment, we'll be understanding the various different offerings that you can make to Devi Parashakti out of absolute gratitude to Devi Parashakti, and how all you can express your gratitude. We are, in our day and age, gratitude is something that we do not take very seriously, in all honesty. We don't even feel that gratitude should be something that is naturally flowing from inside of our system, and never take for granted the things that are around us. We should be always have to remind ourselves that we should be grateful for our relationships, grateful for the things that are around us, grateful for how we have what we have. But we often forget this and go back into the mode of asking for things. And we always have a relationship with everything around us, use things for its utility value. We don't see the actual sacred value of everything around us. In the Upanishad, it literally says, Sarvam Brahmopanishadam, meaning that everything, all which exists is God, is Brahma. That is how we see everything around us in Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And everything, all that exists, has the potential to make you, transform you, make you manifest God. So understand that that each and every one of us need to start understanding that gratitude should come from a causeless bliss that happens inside of us, from the enlightenment. And we must overcome the feelings of discontentment inside of us. There's a beautiful story from Guaranteed Solutions, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had narrated in the chapter From Discontentment to Gratitude. He narrated that one day when man was praying to God and asking God sincerely, God, please give me $10 million. And if you give me $10 million, I promise I'll give you 20%. And at your shrine, I'll donate it, and the rest of it I'll keep. And he says, if you don't believe me that I'll do this, then please take $2 million for yourself and give the rest $8 million for me. Understand that everything we deal with is just like this. All of our relationships become a negotiation. We want to get what we want out of it and not give back, and not even see in the reality what God, existence, the universe has worked in order for us to experience the reality, experience even the individual consciousness, experience the next breakthrough. Everything around us is here for a reason, and even we are a grand part of this Leela. And even in the grand Avatara Leela, the Leela of the divine avatar of this day and age, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, there's more than 21 crore people, 21 million people who are actually born for the advent of the avatar, the purpose of the revival of Kailasa. And this is actually from the Jivanadi of the avatar, revealed by Rishi Agastya and all of the various rishis who had revealed and had foretold the happening of the avatar. And you can be a part, realize your part in this grand Leela of the avatar for the purpose of enlightenment of humanity, just through taking a part in these offerings. These are a way that you will simply see you manifest super consciousness, and you use the jumping board of gratitude in order to experience the ultimate oneness experience. Now let's understand the context and completion which happens when we offer these different offerings. First of all, the masculine and feminine, both consciousness, have to be expressed equally by every human being to be enlightened. Until enlightenment, only the masculine dimension expresses more than feminine dimension, irrespective of male or female body. The next slide, please. And every human being has to complete with these 5 dimensions to achieve enlightenment. One is Pitrus, Kula Devatas, parents, nature, and the Guru. Pitrus are the ancestors and Kuladevatas are family deities. For those of you who don't know, as you can see here, we have a diagram of each and every one of these. And how to achieve completion? What exactly can you do? One of the easiest ways is to make an offering. Start worshiping, start building gratitude consciously in your life. And you can complete all your incompletions. Incompletions are life negative and adharmic cognitions in the 5 dimensions, and they lead to misconstrued karana and karya, further leading to more suffering, more pain, and calamities in the individual and personal lives. And that ultimately affects the global, the collective levels as well. And being sensitive is being aware and gratitude to life. Everything from the air that we breathe, the place that you sit, the energy to feel that you exist, and then the energy to celebrate that you exist. Everything simply should be done out of gratitude for the whole existence. Inside of us, as you can see here, there's a diagram or a picture of the 3-dimensional form of the Sri Chakra. The Sri Chakra is actually a representation of the 43 energies, the 43 forms of Devi, and the 43 energies which all of us have inside of us. And actually the 43 energies which constitute our human body, when all the 43 are integrated to Dharma, the person becomes enlightened. And Dharma is actually the cosmic motherly completion and sensitivity from the level of Panchabhutas. It's the core principle of cosmos. And awakening the sacred feminine is the key to enlightenment. When awakened in a man, the man expresses and becomes a great revered leader. When awakened in a woman, she expresses the sacred feminine consciousness and she becomes Devi, the cosmic mother herself. And the key to awakening the sacred feminine consciousness is conscious sovereignty. Out of the millions of paths, the easiest and sweetest, most beautiful path to enlightenment is connecting with the cosmos as mother, Devi Parashakti, the cosmic feminine consciousness. She is the one who expresses as Guru all gods and all manifestations in the universe. She can straightaway deliver enlightenment by connecting through the cosmic umbilical cord. And today, the offerings that we're going to go over is not to the benefit of the divine, of course, but to close the gap with our divine consciousness. When we achieve completion with the Divine Mother, her infinite powers, and with her sweet grace, she starts nourishing all of our dimensions through the cosmic umbilical cord. And more importantly, we start recognizing the ways that she has already done so and is continuing to do so every single second, every single moment of our life. And there is nothing too small or too big that one can offer to connect with the Divine Mother. It has to be from a space of love, of a child looking at a mother and handing her what she has to share with her out of deep gratitude and love. It can be a cup of milk or flour, it can be a precious jewel, or it can be anything adorning her smiling face or hair. And Vedic rishis have clearly stated that the techniques to connect with the sacred feminine consciousness, to awaken the sacred qualities in us. One can connect with Paramashiva through oneness, but with the divine cosmic mother, it is only by worshipping her feet with devotion. Mother worship is the most non-violent, most peace-centered, healing, soothing, and sweetest path to enlightenment among all traditions on planet Earth. Worshipping includes contemplating, meditating through sacred offerings of mantras and oblations at her feet. Yes, we can go on. And why divine feminine? Ultimately, she is the most supreme form of consciousness itself. We can go on. There's a beautiful verse here from the Rig Veda, which I'll be just sharing the English translation, where it says, I walk as the 11 Rudras, I walk as the Vasus, I walk as Vishnu and other Adityas, and all divine forms, Vishvadevas, assuming the form of inner self of all gods, hold aloft Mitra and Varuna, even as Indra and Agni I do, and the Ashwin twins too. Once again, this is from the Rig Veda. And she continues, Ekadasha Rudras, Maharudra, Ashtavasus, Dwadasha Adityas, Vishve Devata. All of them are in my retinue. I move around in my various forms with them as my retinue. And I protect all of them, including Mitra, Varuna, Indra, Agni, and Ashwini Devatas. Here, Devi declares herself as the inner self of all God, and she is pervading and all permeating. So now, let us begin understanding all the various different offerings that you can make to Devi Parashakti today. We will begin with the E-Hundi offering, a very beautiful, simple offering that you can make for any amount of money, including any amount that you wish to offer at the feet of Devi Parashakti. And you don't have to feel that Devi Parashakti will not accept or will not or something that you offer is just too small for her. Understand that Devi Parashakti is referred herself as Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Ghamya, Bhakti Vashya, meaning that she is the adorer of all devotion, and she is fond of true devotion and realized through true devotion only. She can be won over through true devotion. She removes all fears. And this is the way that you can offer the Hundi offering out of this deep love for Devi Parashakti. And if there is any fear in your minds, you can be sure that Devi Parashakti will just simply remove that fear. And you don't have to worry that that you're offering something small or even offering something big. There's nothing we can add to Parashakti herself, the cosmic mother. We can simply offer our gratitude at her feet and just humbly, devotedly surrender. And through this offering, even when I used to go to the temple when I was young, of course, nowadays it's my lifestyle to go to the temple, but even when I was outside of the Kailasa and living a Hindu lifestyle, not associated with Supreme Pontiff Hinduism directly, I always remember the times when I was younger, very, very young, when I was before Swamiji, when I was like maybe 5 or 6, that whenever we go to the temple, my mother always used to give the money, or even $1, $20 sometimes, to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And we would always offer it in the hundi. She would just give it to me so that I can go and put it in the hundi. And that was some of the a tradition, just a custom that we do whenever we go to the temple. It's not something that it was taught by anyone that this is a good thing or a bad thing, but we always offer out of gratitude our just a few coins or how much ever we want to Devi Parashakti every time we go to have darshan. So you can also do so in through this e-hundi offering, and it's been made available on the digital platforms by Kailasa. So you can go to the links that are available on the screen for making a registration, making an offering, or you can go to the YouTube super chat and make an offering in that sense as well. Yes, let's go on now. The next offering we have is the Sankalpa. And there's a beautiful verse from the Saundarya Lahari. The Saundarya Lahari is going to be referenced in this segment quite a few times. And it's going to be a way that you will be able to see how the ecstatic expression of Devi Parashakti has so much of power, beauty, and sacred sentiment. And this Saundarya Lahari is composed by Adi Shankara Acharya, and he had literally sung his devotion, sung his pure love and oneness from the space of oneness to Devi Parashakti. Here it says, Japo Jalpaha Shilpam Stakalam Api Mudraha. And that means, let the mantras I chant with the sacrifice in my soul become the chanting of your name. And the verse continues on with different, all my movements become auspicious mudras. Let my travel become perambulations around thee. Let the act of eating and drinking become fire offerings, oblations in the homa, yajna to thee. And let my act of sleeping become salutations to you. And let all the actions out of pleasure of mine become part of your worship. And you can offer the Sankalpa mantra. You will be able to invoke the energy to align all of yourself to the you'll be able to align yourself and you will see that both the asked and unasked, the remembered and forgotten wishes will be manifested without any effort on your side once we offer this beautiful prayer, this beautiful mantra, Sankalpa mantra to Parashakti. Let's go on. Yes. The next offering we have is the Devi Sahasranama Swarna Kasu. This is a very beautiful offering where we're chanting the Lalita Sahasranamam, the 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. And we are offering the Swarna Kasu, which is the golden coin inscribed with all the 1008 names. And you can offer as many golden coins that you want. And this will literally give you the blessings to manifest and awaken the multiple divine feminine conscious attributes and powers. When we chant the names of Devi Parashakti, we're literally cherishing all of those qualities inside of us. And the reality, we accept everything that we experience always comes from what we cherish inside of us first. So in this, we are consciously cherishing all of these divine conscious, feminine conscious attributes and powers, and literally we'll be able to see how that manifests in our life. Yes. The next offering we have is the Mukta Anguti. And this is referred in the Devi Suktam, verse number 30, where in the English translation it says, let the goddess who brings good fortune, who is praised by the god, who is served by Devendra, who is praised by Devas, troubled by the Asuras, who is praised and remembered as devotion to solve all, who is a source of good in the world, let that goddess destroy all the obstacles, blessings for the protector from the dangers and fears. Yes, we have next with us the offering of the Swarna Padma Pushpa, and in the Lakshmi Stotram, it says beautifully the description of Mahalakshmi, who is seated on the lotus and represented by the lotus. It describes, and I'll now be chanting this verse, Siddhi Buddhi Prade Devi Bhukti Mukti Pradayini Mantra Murte Tadha Devi Mahalakshmi Namostute, meaning Devi who bestows accomplishments and intellect, who showers worldly prosperity, Devi whose power is the subtle mantra of the cosmos, I bow down to you, of Devi Mahalakshmi. This beautiful offering of the Swarna Padma Pushpa can make all the positive relationships in your personal and business dimensions flower in your life. Yes. The next offering is the Swarnameti. And there's another beautiful verse from the Saundari Lahari, once again by Adi Shankaracharya, who had demonstrated his absolute oneness with Paramashiva and Parashakti when he gives these beautiful compositions in the language of Sanskrit and with so much of dripping, oozing sweetness in every single line. Here it says that Lord Brahma, the creator of the whole universe, selects a dust from your feet and creates this world. And the great Adishesha, with his 1,000 hands, somehow carries the dust of your feet and with great effort, and the great Lord Rudra takes it and powders it nicely and uses it as a holy ash. How Lord Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva as well, the three main deities of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, among so many millions, they worship the feet dust of Devi Parashakti, not even the feet, but the dust which comes from her feet. They worship it as such a way to attain oneness with the whole cosmos. And that should show you how beautifully, how much the offerings at the feet of Devi Parashakti are so valuable. You can offer this Swarnameti, the toe ring. The toe ring is a very traditional custom in Hindu tradition, where every time the Hindu marriage happens, the woman is adorned with a toe ring upon her marriage and invoked with the energy of Devi Parashakti. And literally during the marriage ceremony, she is invoked with the energy of Devi Parashakti, and it's declared that henceforth she will be mother. And she is literally blessed that she will radiate Devi Parashakti and the feminine consciousness after that time. So you can offer this Swarnameti, the offering of and adorning the feet of Devi Parashakti, which all the gods worship as well. And the next offering, oh yes, so in continuation of this Swarnameti offering, sorry, if we can just go back, apologies. You will be able to have the blessings for a life of leadership qualities by offering worship to the divine lotus feet of Devi Parashakti, achieved even by worshipping tiny grain of dust from her feet. The Meti is a gold toe ring to worship by adorning Devi Parashakti's. Yes. The offering, next offering we have here is the Mam Tika. In the Lalita Sahasranamam, Devi Parashakti is referred as Shuddha Sarabhi Mara, who make the nectar flow from the Sahasrara, the crown center, to the Agnya, and permeates through all of our 72,000 nadis, the energy centers, to give us the ultimate experience of the cosmos. And this beautiful Mam Tika actually represents the nectar which is flowing from the Sahasrara chakra. And literally it is the golden chain which is coming from the center of the forehead to the forehead. Sometimes it goes across the forehead as well. The Mam Tika has several different significance, but mainly it is representing the golden nectar which is overflowing from the Sahasrara, which is overflowing especially from the Sahasrara of Devi Parashakti, because she is absolutely enlightened and she is bliss-filled. And she can bestow upon us the blessings for enlightened lifestyle, for living the enlightened lifestyle with the open Sahasrara chakra and continuously being in gratitude for everything that exists around us. The next offering. And the next offering that we have here is the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. And first, I'd love to just briefly share with all the viewers a verse from the from of Adi Shankaracharya. Yaso me gatam dhikshu dhana pratapaj jagad vastu sarvam kare yat prasadhat guroragni padme manaschanna lagmam tatakyam 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 tatakyam. This means my repute has traveled in all directions through my philanthropy and prowess. All of the things of the world are in my hands as rewards for my virtues. Yet if one mind is not centered upon the lotus feet of the Guru, what then? What then? What then? This extremely profound verse explains to us, reminds each and every one of us that we might go and travel all over the world. We might go and see the different wonders of the world. We might have so many different experiences, relationships. We might have an abundance of wealth. We might have the relationship, the family that we want. We might have a very strong household and a very strong business. We might have everything in the material world that society offers to us. But if we do not have the grace of the Guru in our lives, and if we're not integrated to the Guru, what is the use of all of this? Where does it go to? Does it actually fulfill our consciousness itself? Will it end the bhavaroga, the disease of endless life and death, the cycle of life and death? No, only the Guru's feet, the Guru Paduka, have that power. And with the offering of this Pratyaksha Pada Puja, even once in your lifetime, you will see the amount of breakthrough which can happen in your life towards what you want, fulfilling the very consciousness itself. In this Pratyaksha Pada Puja, you will see how beautifully you will be the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, our Guru. And now, within just a few days, we'll be celebrating Krishna Janmashtami, the avatar of Bhagavan Sri Krishna, and who is manifested once again through the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. And in Kailasas across the world, we are celebrating Krishna Janmashtami as the day that we will be joyfully celebrating the life in accordance to Krishna's teachings, message, and his life on planet Earth. So on that day, you can offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, and each and every one of you is invited to join us during the celebrations of Krishna Janmashtami. And further in the next segments, we will be celebrating and we'll be observing what different kinds of offerings you can make on the day of Krishna Janmashtami to the avatar manifesting as Sri Krishna for all of us. And you will literally be able to experience such a beautiful peace, completion, bliss inside of you from this offering. And there's no going to say how beautiful, how powerful this offering really is. So I invite all of the viewers to take the next steps for this offering. It's the most precious offering. Many Kailashiyans do it maybe once, twice, and even 3-4 times a year as well. So don't miss this opportunity. And as well, if you'd like to offer it for your birthday or for a marriage anniversary during your own time, and you'd like to take time to plan for it, and perhaps you might not have the money right now or the donation right now that you'd like to make in order to make this offering, you can fill out the registration form and you'll be notified whenever the Pratyaksha Pada Puja is offered. And as soon as you have your birthday coming around, or you'd like to offer it in a week or two later when you have manifested the funds for offering at the feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, you can always be guided by the link and the intention form that you make. And finally, we have the Vastra Seva. The Vastra Seva is another offering to the Guru, to the one who is literally protecting us in all the different ways. We are offering the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, who bestow on us the one with the sweetest path to enlightenment and complete protection. So now we have all of the various offerings that you can make today available. And I'd also like to invite all the viewers to stay tuned as we are going to be going over the various different offerings for Krishna Janmashtami as well later on in the program, and also We'll be reminding how you can take part in the Krishna Janmashtami celebrations. It's just going to be a wonderful, beautiful celebration across the world. All of us, millions of us, celebrating the happening of Purnavatar through Bhagavan Sri Krishna, and once again through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So as you can see here, these are all the different offerings. And finally, I'd like to take you all through a few steps of how to make this offering. So as you can see here, we have the link for making an offering. So I just like, if you want, you can take a few minutes right now, note this down, and also you can see now exactly how the link will look. So here's the link once again. We'll just pause here just for a few minutes. Yeah. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure that everyone has the link. If you'd like to go to the link, here it says the link is gateway.nithyanandeshwara.hindu-temple.org/NHTLA/product/Parashakti-bhava-semadhi-donations/. So make sure that you have this link and you can go for the payment. Yes, we can go on to the next slide, and you can see how the payment gateway looks, and you'll know you're in the right place if you are in this. If you're seeing this, you're seeing this on your screen. So as you can see, this is the landing page for when you go to this link. The next slide, please. And you can select from the drop-down menu any of the offerings that you'd like to make, as you can see here. Then you will be going to review your card, and after that, the next slide, please. You can proceed to checkout and fill out your billing details and your payment details. You'll be able to see also the payment options that you have here and how the different kinds of cards that are accepted. And finally, we have an option for the YouTube Super Chat. So if you're joining us through YouTube, or if not, I highly recommend that you are joining as a member of Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel, the official YouTube channel of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and a cumulative of 20,000 hours of the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which you can enjoy, relish, and find the spiritual solutions for anything in your life that you're looking for. And once you've joined as a member, you can participate in the chat. And can we go to the next slide, please? And as you can see here, this is how you can join the channel. The next slide, please. There's several different options for it as well. And also, once you are joining the channel, you can you have several different options also for Google Pay, for also any credit card or debit card, or PayPal. So once again, we have the link for each and every one of you here. If you'd like to make an offering now, you can go ahead and follow the link, and you also have the option of the YouTube Super Chat to make an offering today. Another very easy and feature of YouTube that you can use here to connect with the divine. And this brings us to a conclusion of this segment in today's program. We'll be shortly joined by the administrators of Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham, which is the Adi Kailasa ship, literally the ship which is helping each and every one of us sail through this pralaya, sail through the cosmic deluge which is happening right now, in the form of the pandemic, in the form of the different natural disasters that are going on, in the form of pandemics within pandemics, in the form of the global economic meltdown. In so many different ways, this pralaya is happening, and it's referenced in so many different scriptures, including the Kurma Purana, where it refers to the pralaya, which happens every once in a while in different yugas, and it always brings about a possibility for large and massive superconscious breakthrough. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been working sincerely, tirelessly, actually having the divine knowledge and the supreme foresight that this would happen in the future, that there will be a huge crisis while the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is in the body. That is why the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally always been working towards continuously creating a safe habitat, a safe environment for people to live and adhere to the various different spiritual lifestyle, and also ultimately protect their lives. If you've been watching Devi Parashakti Akashic reading before, you have seen how Devi Parashakti has literally said so many different times, perhaps more than a few times. And it's not something we should underestimate when Devi Parashakti is continuously repeating the same thing. When she says that Devi Parashakti, when she says this, she literally means she's been saying the only value you have is the value on your life. And if you don't have life, then you can't enjoy even enlightenment itself. So Devi Parashakti has guided that every single one of us should prioritize our safety more than anything, more than a job at this time, more than more than going after a relationship and having a big wedding party and risking our lives, and more than traveling at this time, or more than even starting a new business venture. All of that can wait. All of that can simply just wait. More than anything right now, we should prioritize the value of our life. We should ensure that we are safe, that we are in no haste to get on with our lives, and we're not falling victim to the pandemic fatigue, not getting tired of being locked inside during this lockdown. Each of every one of us should ensure that we are protecting our lives, protecting our future, protecting the future of our children, especially each and every one of us Hindus. And even in India, many of us are not even able, especially as deep, sincere Hindus who are living in temple cities in Tiruvannamalai, Kanchipuram, and Madurai, in Chidambaram, in all the different cities, everywhere we always have our Ishtadevata, and we are always continuously worshipping the divine. And even on our way to work, many of us will go to, many of us will simply go and stop in the local temple and then proceed. And a part of our lifestyle is temple. I can tell you the hundreds of millions of Hindus who have the temple lifestyle as a basis. Perhaps so many people have lost that, especially in the cities. We're going to work, we're getting into this modern day lifestyle of not and not keeping the temple lifestyle. And many of us, even non-residential Indians and Hindus who have literally traveled across the world and started to settle in different places across the world. We ourselves don't have that Hindu community and Hindu lifestyle, the temple lifestyle available for us. But especially now during this time, more than anything, the darshan of the divine, the connection that we feel to our Hindu deities, to the Hindu temples is even limited because of the global lockdown. We can't go to the temples where we love our deities, and we are stuck inside, and many of us frustrated that we cannot even go outside. The most important thing at this time is to nurture our connection with the divine. Excuse me. And it's at this time that we should sincerely nurture the connection that we have to the divine. Protect it, empower it, embolden it, and make the decisions that will ensure that this beautiful connection with the divine never leaves and becomes a merging of us into the divine completely. That can only happen when we consciously build gratitude in our lives. Only when we are consciously building gratitude, we can pave the way for complete transformation in our life. You will be able to see how, with just one offering on your side, the divine takes just 1,000. We cannot add anything to Paramashiva, but simply we can offer ourselves in whatever way, whatever form that we know. And I remember even back in 2005, 2006, when even my family had started been connected to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism very early. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would always say, there is nothing to an offering. Whatever we value in our society nowadays as ourselves, our identity, we are offering that to the divine. For many of us, that means money. We work day in and day out for an offering, for putting money away for our children, for our household, for everything. And we might even consider, we might feel that money is making the entire universe go around. We might feel that as our identity. And our identity is very much closely associated with how much money we have. That's why there's a value for every different offering. Otherwise, it doesn't matter if it's $1 or $1,000. It's simply your surrender, your identity that you are doing to Devi Parashakti, to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and you're simply offering that at the feet of Devi Parashakti, the divine cosmic mother. And in the next segment, you'll be actually able to hear and see for yourselves about the various different contributions of the avatar of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And beginning last year in March 2020, upon the breakout of COVID first, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism executed and established a framework for the attending to the pandemic right now, and established a policy that has been followed in the Hindu civilizational nation of Kailasa across the world. And it includes the multi-layer quarantine across the world, includes even various different programs in order to incentivize staying at home, building ourselves during this lockdown, this global lockdown, which is including the Paramashivoham program, and also different ways to boost our immunity and ensure that our immunity is strong as the whole world is the whole world in every single body in this world is undergoing attack against an invisible viruses, pathogens that we might not even see. So the Pachai Patani Vratam, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, had taken up in last year and as well as this year, and Nirahara Samyama, and also all the Ayurvedic and the various different guidances the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been giving for each and every one of us is in order to boost our immunity and ensure that Kailasians across the world are taken care and protected during this time. Not only that, in Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetham, as well as 13 other adhinams or temple monastery complexes in India, the Kailasa COVID care centers have been opened and have been successfully continuously being administered as multi-layer quarantine centers, where amidst plague in the streets, in the adhinams, literally people are being able to have a safe harbor to work on themselves and use this time to completely transform in a protected, entirely protected environment. So now in this next segment, we'll be hearing directly from the administrators of the Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetham, who, as per the guidance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, have been literally executing this COVID policy framework, which actually has been recognized by the United Nations, which, for those of you who don't know, is a very profound, powerful international peacekeeping organization. So with this, I'll now We'll now be concluding this segment on the various different offerings that you can make for Devi Parashakti and entering into the next segment of today's program after a very quick break.
Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanura Mardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadguru. He is the most powerful, greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva, ever happened in the cosmos, and the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put in one word the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure romance. Essence of Krishna's life, message, legacy is life, intense life.
He is so much in love with life, in romance with the cosmos. Everything was just celebration. Celebrate today whole day. Give vacation for your depression. Tell your mind bye. And celebrate.
Nithyanandam, and welcome to today's segment of the Adi Kailasa ship. Today we have a very, very special and exciting announcement for all of us Kailasians, devotees, disciples, and well-wishers of Kailasa and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Today we have to share with you yet another report published by the United Nations on the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, this time addressing a very, very important factor that led to the sustained persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, practically the root of this whole genocide and ethnocide that has been committed on Kailasa. And that is media disinformation. Misinformation and disinformation, these are the two things associated with the media in general. Misinformation is just something that is spread falsely without knowing as a mistaken assumption. But disinformation is something that is spread purposely with vicious intentions, malicious intentions,
for the sake of defaming and spreading lies, baseless lies, so that it results in a character assassination of the concerned person or subject. This is exactly what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and Kailasa have been undergoing and still continue to undergo because of the heavy media disinformation spread as hate speech, hate propaganda, with the singular diabolical motive of nothing less than assassinating the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, literally, physically, not just the character assassination that has been going on for almost over a decade now. And now, to stand testimony to this massive battle that the Supreme Hinduism has been defending himself and Kailasa has been defending itself in recognition literally of what we've been going through, the United Nations Human Rights Office of the High Commissioner has accepted and published this report on specifically the promotion and protection of the right to freedom of opinion and expression. One can see here the large number of inputs received for this submission through various states, civil society organizations, companies, etc. And we have the report submitted and accepted from the Nityanandeshwara Hindu Temple, which speaks about the entire persecution, genocide, lawfare, everything that resulted from that singular root of media disinformation that was committed absolutely inhumanly against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. To understand various aspects of this, let us go straight into what that media disinformation comprised of, what really went into this media disinformation smear campaign. In summary, these were some of the questions that were asked by the international agency. What do you believe are the key challenges raised by disinformation? What measures would you recommend to address them? And we, Kailasa, on behalf of all of us Kailasians and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, our spiritual leader and the president of Kailasa, we addressed what media disinformation entails, what are its implications, really what we go through when we are faced with this vicious attack. We are specifically addressing India, where disinformation has been especially toxic and used as a tool for propaganda, lawfare, suppressing freedom of religion and expression, and political and religious persecution. A fundamental problem in India is the widespread government or political ownership of media, where a large proportion of Indian media operations are owned by politicians or political parties, therefore undermining their journalistic independence. This dynamic leads to the weaponization of media, where lies, propaganda, and political persecution via media spread unchecked, and India's media cannot speak truths to power. A recent report by Reporters Without Borders published a report, Media Ownership India, and concluded that some of the leading outlets are controlled by individuals with political ties. The majority of the media companies have business and political affiliations. The convergence of politics and media and the resulting interdependence between media, business, and politics presents a high risk to media freedom and pluralism. In India, Indian media often engages in rampant manipulation of news to gain ratings. A recent article documents this toxic dynamic and concluded that television news channels have long ceased to be driven by news or news values. Their sole pursuit is to score television rating points, what are called TRP, by any means, be it through fake news, hate propaganda, witch hunts, media trials, polarizing communities, demonizing people and personalities, or airing lies and falsehood. Popular media personalities like Arnab Goswami and others have been shown to engage in such actions. The NBA, National Broadcasters Association, can only make recommendations, but these are government. India's judiciary is often adversely influenced and undermined by a phenomenon referred to as trial by media, whereby media coverage and narratives are used to shape public opinion in such a way that courts are improperly influenced to rule in cases based on media propaganda rather than the facts of the case. This pernicious dynamic undermines the rule of law in India and has been extensively documented by qualitative and quantitative methods. Such trial by media is often driven by government-owned media to create an overwhelming scenario of guilty until proven innocent. Often when asked to prove these facts in court, government machinery is used to generate false witnesses or give false evidence. Fake news also spreads unchecked through social media, resulting in causing riots, lynching, mob violence, and hatred among people. Gossipy tidbits, edited pictures, misleading content sources, spurred and planted stories spread like a forest fire among 564.5 million internet users in India through social media platforms like WhatsApp, Facebook, Twitter. Some popular examples of fake news in India are the Muzaffarnagar riots of 2013, Najib Ahmed missing JNU student to have joined ISIS, false persecution of Swami Nithyananda, etc. Just to give us an example of how the false news, misinformation is spread. For example, one can see even an article in the Wikipedia talking about the 2013 Muzaffarnagar riots, which has been described as the worst violence, etc. And here we have the whole news projected by the media in a certain way, which has nothing to do with what actually happened on the ground. Similarly, one can see the false persecution against, the false case is the lawfare, the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It has been done to such an extent where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was just character assassinated, and various attacks on him, direct assassination attempts, and the attacks on his disciples, on his monastic members, including sexual assaults on them, everything went unquestioned because of just this character assassination. One can see the massive spread of negative media and lies being spread left and right by these vested interest media, and literally the trial by media happening, and which led on to illegal arrest of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism multiple times, a spate of false allegations against him, human rights violations day in and day out practically, and literally the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism having to front of these attacks, physical attacks, mental torture, human rights violations, everything because of this singular media disinformation. One can also see this is not even a case in isolation just related to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, though of course the intensity on him was just unimaginable. The Wikipedia also talks about the Indian WhatsApp lynchings, which are a spate of mob-related violence and killings following the spread of rumors primarily related to child abduction and organ harvesting via WhatsApp messages. The spate of lynchings, which commenced in May of 2017 with the killing of 7 men in Jharkhand, but did not become a matter of national attention until the beginning of the following year. Fake messages customized with locally specific details circulated along with real videos attached to fake messages or claims. And so we have seen over here amongst the many, many cases of disinformation spread by the media. Question 2. What legislative, administrative, policy, regulatory, or other measures have governments taken to counter disinformation online and offline? India has laws that prohibit misinformation. Sections 5051, 153, 499, and 500 of the Indian Penal Code. But these laws are not consistently enforced due to political bias, and instead heavy-handed measures such as internet shutdowns are often employed instead. What has been the impact of such measures on disinformation, freedom of opinion and expression, and other human rights? Some recourse exists in India to file the complaints, but these are mainly to media self-regulatory bodies like the NBA, Broadcast Content Compliance Council, BCCC, Indian Broadcasting Foundation, IBF. But these are toothless against fake news spread on social media. Even Section 153, sharing of false information leading to violence or harm, has never been used against violence stemming from social media. What measures have been taken to address any negative impact on human rights? What policies, procedures, or other measures have digital tech companies introduced to address the problem of disinformation? Digital companies have introduced the capability for individuals to report on individuals and content on their platform based on a broad set of predefined criteria, including but not limited to suicide, fake news, impersonation, copyright violation, trademark violation, impersonation, abuse against minor, religion, etc. Once reported, it goes to an in-house review and the user is informed about the result. The action could lead to the taking down of the content or user depending on the nature of the violation. And accounts of repeated violators are taken down. Additionally, most of the actions of global digital media companies have been around bringing transparency to political ads and fake news. In the case of political ads, the companies instituted mandatory disclosure forms. In the case of fake news, they rely on media designated as fact checker. This is just for us to understand what really are the measures broadly. And further, to what extent do you find these measures to be fair, transparent, and effective in protecting human rights, particularly freedom of opinion and expression? Except in the case of copyright and trademark violations, the platforms have been ineffective in stemming the children of especially persecuted communities like ASMT, that is the Adi Shaivite minority tradition. Most of the measures by digital companies are reactive in nature. That is, they rely on vigilant users or aggrieved parties to report. The experience for many in the Adi Shaivite minority tradition community has been too traumatic, leading to self-imposed deplatforming. The ASMT community responded to this crisis by running various support and counseling groups. Many motivated and professional groups have successfully gamed the reporting system provided by the companies. This has resulted in repeated deplatforming of persecuted communities like ASMT. For a persecuted and disenfranchised community like ASMT, digital platforms are the only means to exercise freedom of expression. Often it's the difference between life and death. One can see, as we are watching over here, literally a question of life and death is what the Adi Shaivite minority tradition community and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the leader of this community, had to face, both from the state as well as other Hindu phobia leading groups. And therefore, one can see with such a massive character assassination, vicious one, meant to nothing less than result in the assassination of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the ASMT community had nothing other than the digital platforms to exercise their freedom of expression, to even let the world know what their leader is going through. And literally, it is actually is a difference between life and death. Such was the stakes. The process of adjudication of complaints by users on the platform is not transparent, since the details of the process are not shared, resulting in fueling the perception of the arbitrary nature of the process. Transparency to political sending is a welcome move, but it's not a major problem to have any meaningful impact. The problem with fake news is so severe and politically motivated for any fact checkers to make any impact. As demonstrated in the case study below, Indian media is severely compromised to effectively deal with disinformation in India. The digital platforms don't hold them accountable. One can see here the slew of videos and defamatory information, disinformation that was spread by the mainstream media across various ways, be it the print media or the television media and the internet. Every single channel was used to simply character assassinate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to ensure that Kailasa is eliminated from the face of this planet, literally. Now, what procedures exist to address grievances and provide remedies for users, monitor the action of the companies, and how effective are they? As one can see here, literally the slew of attacks that have been made on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his disciples oversight or monitoring by the Indian government. On any of the digital media companies in India, aggrieved parties can approach the companies themselves, police or courts. The companies are not transparent about their review process and act after the fact after a complaint. The judiciary process in India is known to be very slow and easily accessible for regular citizens. There is no legitimate recourse available for ordinary citizens, especially in the case of deplatforming. There are no mechanisms in place for persecuted companies to find a safe haven on social media platforms. There are no outreach efforts by companies to protect communities like the ASMT from deplatforming those who rely on social media for protection and survival. So next aspect being, please, the information on measures that we believe have been especially effective to protect the right to freedom of opinion, and the information on measures to address disinformation that we believe have aggravated or led to human rights violations, in particular, the right to freedom of opinion and expression. Now, India has proposed draconian content laws known as the intermediary guidelines to address disinformation that would seriously undermine free speech on social media platforms, as well as the use of encryption. One can see here on one hand, as we can see, literally the attacks on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the hate propaganda committed openly, brazenly, literally through these visuals, directly stating and wanting to kill the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. That's how the defacing of his form and the burning, literally, what one can see here is the burning of the quarters, the living quarters of the Supreme, burning him alive as he is very much in the hut that was burning. And here, absolutely demeaning visuals were purposely being shown repeatedly in the mainstream media so as to incite hatred and mob violence, lead to mob lynching. This was the motive. This was the sinister motive with which the media kept repeating these defamatory visuals, which in any civil country would have been handled extremely strictly so that the human rights violations are not so grossly and brazenly violated. So in India, end-to-end encryption is actually essential for persecuted minority groups, political dissidents, whistleblowers, and human rights activists to communicate freely without government censorship and surveillance, which can be used to persecute such groups. Privacy is a fundamental human right, and it is critical that persecuted groups and individuals can communicate freely online free from government monitoring and interference. Else, as we can see over here, these are state-sponsored television channels which are openly showing the absolutely brazen attacks on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, abuse of his property, abuse of the people, the followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the Kailashians, brazen breach of public property, criminal trespass, attacks on the monks and the disciples, the children of the Nithyananda Gurukul, literally burning the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, wanting life, and literally shamelessly broadcasting this over national and regional television channels. And this is shown as live and breaking news. Such is the level of the hate speech, hate propaganda by the media, the disinformation, the levels of it at glaring, unimaginable levels, because what is expected to result out of this is nothing less than the elimination, physical elimination of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And further, the report also goes on to share any suggestions or recommendation we may have for the special rapporteur on how to protect and promote the right to freedom of opinion and expression while addressing disinformation. Politicization and weaponization of the media is the root cause of misinformation in India. Rather than performing its traditional role as an unbiased and neutral source of information, or holding politically and economically powerful people and institutions accountable, the role of the media has instead been subverted to become a tool for the powerful that is used to demonize minorities, political dissidents, and anyone who poses a threat to the power structure. One can see here, as the visuals clearly indicate, this is just one, probably can be called the tip of the iceberg, because this kind of defamatory visuals, absolute false news, showing as if the people are outraged to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, when it is actually the fabricated speech, hate propaganda spread viciously by the media in the wake of the more fabricated video created by them, and that being used, as is told, to literally to demonize minorities and to justify these brazen attacks and threats to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It is incumbent upon India to take strong measures to address the corruption in its media ecosystem, including but not limited to India's justice system, should fairly and consistently enforce existing misinformation laws, Section 153, 499, 500 of the Indian Penal Code. India's legislature should pass and enforce rights of reply laws in India. Politicians, political parties, and major political donors should be prohibited from having any ownership interests in media operations to ensure their journalistic integrity. That's something that's fundamentally missing in today's media, in India especially, because the channels themselves are either state-owned or state-sponsored. So one can see here the visuals, whether it is a print media, which has political affiliations, and therefore right from the presentation, the tone, the content, everything decided by whether that particular so-called news is in alignment with the agenda of the political party, and even the electronic media, the television channels, showing not just fabricated visuals like the fabricated video that was made, casted non-stop virally by the state-sponsored and state-owned media, but also over here, as is being seen, these are not acts of public hate or mob violence. These are very, very staged protests. We have been witness to seeing this kind of stage protest where the camera is set up and you have a few of these vested interests coming together and doing this act of setting on fire the forms of the effigies of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, so that it eggs on people, induces people to believe that there is something wrong on various levels against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, having planted this seed of doubt in an absolutely baseless ground, then having people voicing so-called public, which is actually not public, but these very vested interests who are paid media, who come and speak, give violent rhetorics on television, which get telecasted, so that the public is induced to believe that this whole atmosphere is now reeling with hatred against the victim, in this case, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So media houses and outlets that violate the law and incite hate and violence should be punished heavily, with punitive damages awarded to deter future violations and criminal punishment where appropriate. The current mechanisms for reporting and addressing a violation amount to a mere slip on the wrist at the best. And now we will be going into the next segment on how the media disinformation has been used as a weapon of persecution, lawfare, and genocide, which is what the Adi Shaivite minority tradition in India has gone through. We'll just go into this segment in a few minutes after a short break.
Welcome back. And now we're going to see the case study, especially the media disinformation as a weapon for persecution, lawfare, and genocide for the Adi Shaivite minority tradition in India. The media disinformation is intersectional. It is created by politically affiliated paid media tied to major political parties who are trying to suppress minority religious voices. In this case, the minority religious voice is the Adi Shaivite minority tradition. The strategy of lawfare and persecution in each of this instance has been the same. Now, what is the strategy? First, they launch a media disinformation campaign using a compromised media, number one. Number two, they incite public violence against the community by repeatedly telecasting this media disinformation again and again, seeding the public to violence. Number three, false legal charges brought with the presumption of guilt. Number four, post-arrest police engagement in disinformation that leaks to media. Number five, ending in prolonged trial over decades, leading destruction of reputation. The false case continues, criminal accusations as well as the civil actions against the parties and block their financial accounts, thereby rendering them defenseless. This is not a story of one single, rather, this is post-arrest police engagement in disinformation that leads to media. Number five, ending in prolonged trial over decades, leading destruction of reputation. Financial false case continues, criminal accusations as well as civil charges against the community usurp their properties and fighting their financial accounts, thereby rendering them defenseless. And government, this is not a story of one army minority community. Rather, now, this is post-arrest police engagement in disinformation that leads to media. Number five, ending in prolonged trial over decades, leading destruction of reputation. Financial false case continues, criminal accusations as well as civil charges against the community usurp their properties and fighting their financial accounts, thereby rendering them defenseless. And government, this is not a story of one army minority community. Now, a brief introduction about the Adi Shaivite minority community and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Swamiji. The Adi Shaivite minority tradition in South India is an ancient indigenous spiritual tradition led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It follows both the Shaivagamas and Shaktagamas. Currently, they have about 30 million followers worldwide. In particular, the extremist elements are opposed to ASMT's progressive stance when it comes to the rights of women, rights of members of LGBTQ community, and the transgender communities. The spiritual head of the ASMT community has publicly declared himself as an indeterminate gender, and composed of more than 11 gender identity components. In this regard, the Adi Shaivite minority tradition represents one of the most progressive ideologies in the world. Because of this reason, they targeted the Adi Shaivite minority community and the leader. To dehumanize the tradition and their leader, the media disinformation has been primarily focused on the accusations related to women and sexual misconduct, which aims to delegitimize the community's stance on gender equality. The story of persecution of the indigenous Hindu spiritual traditions is not an isolated happening. Like we mentioned before, it is a saga of persecution of linguistic and religious minority groups. It is the story of every single linguistic minority religious group in India, especially the dark-skinned humans of indigenous spiritual traditions and of ethnic tribes in India for millennia. In the next section, we're going to segment of the show, we're going to see how this media disinformation was deployed in 2010 attack using a mocked video that was broadcasted on a state-owned media channel. On the 2nd of March 2010, a TV channel, Sun TV, owned by the ruling party in that state of Tamil Nadu, released a mock video perpetrating to show the leader of the Ascendic community, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, with a leading movie actress. And this character assassination continued for years to come. The video went viral and it was retelecasted by all the local and national media channels. Hours and hours continued for months also. They spread this disinformation and misinformation in various geographies from Asia to America, and finally it was later shown to be false. On 2nd and 3rd of March, mobs simultaneously attacked various monasteries of the Adishaivite minority community in various cities. The main building housed the leader was burnt in his own quarters. This event was telecasted live on national television channel. So this is aimed towards isolating the leader. And enough hate speech is spread about him in the community, in the society, in such a way that he will be isolated from everybody. So the assassination attempts and further destruction to the community can happen. So based on the state influenced media, because this pressure is created just by the mock video alone, a complaint filed by a third party about the suspicion of a crime. For the first time, you might be hearing somebody is being arrested just based on some suspicion of a crime, not actual crime or any witness per se. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was in custody for 53 days from April 21st, 2010 to 13th June 2010. The courts observed that Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was jailed on mere suspicion without any evidence of crime or accuser or a victim. In violation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's human rights, the police leaked the videos of him in prison being interrogated. They muted the audio and they leaked the false information to the media saying that he has already confessed that he committed the crime, which is completely false. The media was engaged and deployed to spread this false information. Later, when challenged in the court to produce a full video, the police falsely claims that the video was stolen. How is it even a possibility that the video could be stolen? This clearly substantiates the fact that the media houses are deployed to sensitize and to create hate speech by spreading the misinformation and disinformation. On 13th of June 2010, the court in the bail order prohibited the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from exercising his right to speech and practice his religion as a bail condition. In May 2010, influenced by the media campaign and the prayer of the government, all the bank accounts of the community were frozen by all the banks. This made them completely defenseless against further attacks. Because once you stop the source of funding, source of existence, once you curtail the very source of your existence, then you are forced to back off. You're literally making the community defenseless, and their ability to feed the residents of the monastery, including women and children, is snatched away brutally. So in 5 years later, the crime branch of Criminal Investigation Division, CBCID, in Chennai, filed a report stating that the video was mocked for extortion of Sri Nithyananda. In 2017, fake news was recirculated by Times of India that the video was verified to be true by the forensic labs. This initial disinformation using fake video became the foundation of this decade-long persecution. Please understand, but after several years, they're coming out and then telling that the video is mocked is of no use because already the damage is being done. Already all the false cases that could be foisted against the community is already in place. So this initial disinformation became the very foundation of the decade-long persecution. The initial false charges filed only came to court 10 years later and are still being litigated. Conversely, the perpetrators of false allegations in India attempted to bring the same case against Swamiji in USA in 3 states. Between 2012 to 2014, Swamiji was exonerated and the accusers were jailed and fined nearly 1 million defamation, malicious persecution, amongst others. Now, let us look into the 2012 attacks against the Adi Shaivite minority community instigated by fake news broadcast on TV. From June 2012, a local TV channel in Karnataka, which was owned by a politician and a leading businessman belonging to the ruling political party of the state, where the ASMT monastery complex is located. This kind of powerful media lobby rebroadcasted the fake accusations of the fake false rape accuser. On 7th of June 2012, the ASMT monastery was attacked by the violent mobs. Instead of arresting the mob, the police arrested many residents of the monastery. On 9th of June 2012, the Chief Minister of Karnataka called the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as enemy of the state on public television and ordered the property of the community to be seized illegally. So you can see very clearly, time after time, the moment the community puts its act together and ensures that they are, fighting for their cause, suddenly once more they've been attacked by the same media channels for on a repeated basis, where they spread hate speech after hate speech, ensure that nobody comes in support of the victim here. Subsequently, on 13th of June 2012, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was arrested by the police when he approached the court for anticipatory bail against the false accusations against him of disrupting the peace when the militants had attacked him and his disciples and the monks in his home. The next day, when he was released on bail, he was again re-arrested in the court, yet again this time allegedly for his own protection as solution for being threatened by militants. The order being absolutely baseless and the gross violation of the fundamental right to liberty itself, the disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism filed a petition in High Court against the government seeking the early release of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from this illegal custody. He was later released on 15th of June 2012. You can see here how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was illegally arrested and the media disinformation was used as a very tool to isolate and exterminate him and the community. On 8th of September 2014, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was tortured by state doctors to a humiliating potency test, which was discussed live and it was widely spread on the national television. The media team subjected the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to abuse of his right to religious freedom as a monk and vows of celibacy by being subjected to masturbation, exposure to pornography, physical abuse, to the extent that he was wheeled out of the potency test on a wheelchair in deep pain. The media indulged in a paparazzi chase, threatening the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Extreme defamation, extreme hate speech, ridicule, and sexual bullying against Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was deployed by these media houses. The community was ridiculed for their gender-neutral identity and implying the sexual perversions. The media created an environment of hostility against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and normalized all the attacks against him and his team, which included mob attacks, some pretending to be the media reporters, but in fact, most of them are part of the mob. On his way back to monastery on the evening 8th of September 2014, his cars were chased and attacked by these groups. Many of the vehicles trusted with protecting the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism were damaged with stones, and their occupants sustained heavy injuries. Some were stopped at the middle of the way, and some people were inside, dragged out, and beaten. Swamiji escaped narrowly an assassination attempt that was done on him. The results of the test, verified independently by the United States and Indian and Canadian independent experts, have extremely low male hormone levels that support the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's claim of gender identity and proved his innocence in the false case against him. However, the conclusions of the same medical test have been altered maliciously by the state doctors. It leaked illegally to the media and amplified by disinformation in media in order to avoid the closure of the case at hand. Before we move to the next segment to understand the brutality involved in this media disinformation, let's take a short break and we'll be right back. Next, in 2017, the downstream effects of the media false stories, including judicial prejudice and financial throttling of the community. On 11th of October 2017, based on the persistent media reports, and in spite of the lack of any conviction against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Justice Mahadevan issued an order. The order barred the ASMT leader and his community from entering their primary temple of worship in Madurai, violating their very right to practice religion that has been guaranteed by the Indian Constitution. On 29th of January 2018, 3 months later, the judge threatened to illegally arrest the ASMT leader, Swamiji, in a civil case, made negative observations about his character based solely on the media disinformation, based completely on the media disinformation that was floated 8 years before. So you can clearly understand that the judiciary is functioning based on the media reports and media disinformation, which in many cases is being grossly violated and misused. This is further evidence of trial by media influence in Indian judicial system, where the accused is guilty until proven innocent. Now, let's also look into the 2019, couple of years before, a recent attack on the women's monastery in Gujarat. In October and November 2019, all the women monastery and the religious university run by the ASMT community was a victim of disinformation campaign that was led by Republic TV, controlled by a prominent businessman and a member of ruling party. A false allegation was made that 2 adult women who are residents of university were kidnapped, in spite of the fact that these women were making representation to police, media, and other government officials that they are not kidnapped. On 15th of November 2019, police conducted an illegal raid on the monastery and confirmed that there was no case for kidnapping. These women, fearing that the police would coerce them into false testimony, left India during the media disinformation campaign and submitted sworn affidavits in front of the Indian High Commission as well. Despite all of that, they were denied justice just because of the media disinformation. Subsequently, on 20th of November 2019, the administrators of the university were arrested and imprisoned for more than 3 months on false charges of kidnapping the 2 women in spite of the evidence against the false allegations. These 2 women who are alleged to be kidnapped have given sworn-in statements in front of the Indian High Commission. They've given statements to the media. They are available online and they've been continuously communicating to the public. Despite all of this, it is the decision of the media houses to project a narrative that they wanted to. It is the media disinformation that made this whole attack on 20th of November 2019 in Gujarat. On 20th January 2020, a charge sheet was filed against Swamiji himself, accusing him of kidnapping the 2 women, even though he was clearly not even in the same country. Between October and November 2019, about 50 minor children in the ASMT community was illegally detained and interrogated by the police and officials of CWC committee without the presence of their parents. The officials in plain clothes without property identifying themselves barged into the campus of the school past midnight, woke up the minor girl and boy students and questioned them with intimidation and illegal persuasion tactics. Some of the minor students were shown pornography, intimidated about their tradition, ridiculed for their traditional clothes, hairstyle, force-fed non-vegetarian food when their tradition, by their tradition they follow a very strict vegetarian lifestyle. The kids were traumatized by the defamatory and derogatory comments about their religious lifestyle. The parents filed a case against the police with courts on 6th of March 2020. On 28th December 2019, the monastery buildings were razed to the ground without any formal notification or right to respond. The owner of the building was illegally arrested, and other schools administered by her was closed down without due process in the middle of the school year. In 2019, the ASMT members from the USA submitted a report documenting these human rights violations against SPH and the ASMT community in India. On 6th of December 2019, the media in India began running a misinformation campaign against the Swamiji and the ASMT community and labeled them as traitors. On 20th of January 2020, fearing for the safety of one of the other administrators of all the women's religious university and monastery who moved to Nepal in the light of the above attacks, was suspiciously killed in an automobile accident, while other women heads of the university seriously injured in the same. It is widely believed that the accident was orchestrated murder by the Indian law enforcement authorities trying to chase the ASMT members in a foreign country and is currently under investigation. Because of the media hype in this case, the courts who were arrested or to protect the children of the community from abuse. Any observations of that case on the part of the officials or on the media has come in too late and after the damage has been committed.
Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanura Mardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadguru. He is the most powerful embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva, ever happened in the cosmos, and the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put in one word, the life legacy, message of Krishna. I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure romance. Essence of Krishna's life, message, legacy is life, intense life.
He is so much in love with life, in romance with the cosmos. Everything was just celebration, celebration, celebration. Celebrate today whole day. Give vacation for your depression. Tell your mind bye. And celebrate. 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 Vasudevasudam Devam Gamsachanura Mardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadguru. He is the most powerful, greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva, ever happened in the cosmos, and the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put in one word, the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure romance. Essence of Krishna's life, message, legacy is life, intense life.
He is so much in love with life, in romance with the cosmos. Everything was just celebration, celebration, celebration. Celebrate today whole day. Give vacation for your depression. Tell your mind bye. And celebrate. 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 Vasudevasudam Devam Gamsachanura Mardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadguru. He is the most greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva ever happened in the cosmos, in the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put in one word, the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure romance. Essence of Krishna's life, message, legacy is life, intense life.
He is so much in love with life, in romance with the cosmos. Everything was just celebration, celebration, celebration. Celebrate today whole day. Give vacation for your depression. Tell your mind bye. And celebrate. Celebrate. Celebrate.
Welcome back. So what we saw in today's segment is about how the Adishaivite minority community and the leader of the community, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Swamiji, has been targeted and persecuted. And one of the tools deployed by the anti-Hindu elements in a very powerful way is media disinformation. And because of the media disinformation, the truth never came to light in the eyes of the public. Now, let us also see some of the other attacks in which the similar strategy was deployed by the anti-Hindu elements. The attacks on the Adishaivite minority community is just a part of the wider pattern of persecution by special interests in India. In 2020, just last year, 2 Hindu monks, along with their aide, traveling to a funeral, were lynched by 100 villages. These monks were gruesomely beaten with sticks and mob lynched to death. 2 Hindu monks were literally mob lynched to death by 100 villages. The media houses portrayed them as child kidnappers, flared up the religious tensions, and corroborated the police version of the events for many days until a citizen video of mob lynching went viral on social media. So this has been the case for every single Hindu today. The video confirmed the police involvement in the mob lynching and debunked the entire media disinformation. So this media disinformation has become a fundamental weapon used for persecution of minorities in India, especially the religious persecution of Hindus. The media disinformation is used as a fundamental powerful weapon. They are used in systematic campaign of disinformation, creating negative sentiments, negative public opinions, twisted opinions, leading to a coordinated mob attacks, lawfare, launch of false case against the victim, trial by the media campaign prejudice the judges, the judiciary, and rest of the law enforcement system acts against the victim of the persecution. This leads to false convictions even if the victim is exonerated. These decisions come decades later, which leaves them financially bankrupt and defamed beyond repair. So what is the use of the victims being exonerated after decades? Because if you're financially broken, if your name has been defamed beyond repair, because continuously over the years, the disinformation is being spread again and again by the media. So the entire mission is being destroyed because of this media disinformation. The example of what we saw today, how the media disinformation destroyed the Adi-Shaivite minority community, example of this cycle of disinformation-based persecution. So the entire report is being published by the United Nations, acknowledging the various events, various attacks and persecution that the Adi-Shaivite minority tradition and its leader, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Swamiji, has been going through for more than a decade. The religious persecution on Swamiji and how the media disinformation played a very important role in spreading this hate speech, and thereby all the character assassination and the assassination attempts on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism happened. Everything is being acknowledged by this UN Special Rapporteur for freedom of opinion and expression. So with this, we come to end of today's segment, where we bring we brought together all the various events, various tools deployed by the anti-Hindu elements, especially media disinformation, which is being deployed to use against the minority religious communities. So with this, we come to the end of this segment. Stay tuned for the next segment, and please feel free to voice your thoughts on how together against this Hindu persecution. What are the ways that you think that we can come together and combat this media disinformation and protect Hindus from getting persecuted just because of media claims? Thank you, Nithyananda.
Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanura Mardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadguru. He is the most powerful, greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva, ever happened in the cosmos, and the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put in one word the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure romance. Essence of Krishna's life, message, legacy is life, intense life.
He is so much in love with life, in romance with the cosmos. Everything was just celebration, celebration, celebration. Celebrate today whole day. Give vacation for your depression. Tell your mind bye. And celebrate, celebrate, celebrate. Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanura Mardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadguru. He is the most powerful, greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva, ever happened in the cosmos, and the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put in one word the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure romance. Essence of Krishna's life, legacy is life, intense life.
He is so much in love with life, in romance with the cosmos. Everything was just celebration. Celebrate today whole day. Give vacation for your depression. Tell your mind bye. And celebrate. Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanura Mardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadguru. He is the most powerful, greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva, ever happened in the cosmos, and the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put in one word the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure romance. Essence of Krishna's life, message, legacy is life, intense life.
He is so much in love with life, in romance with the cosmos. Everything was just celebration. Celebrate today whole day. Give vacation for your depression. Tell your mind bye. And celebrate. 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 Vasudevasudam Devam Gamsachanura Mardanam Devakanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadguru. Most powerful, greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva, ever happened in the cosmos, and the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put in one word, the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure romance. Essence of Krishna's life, message, legacy is life, intense life.
He is so much in love with life, in romance with the cosmos.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all of the viewers who are gathering with us right now for the live Parashakti Akashic reading program. And as many of you know, as we have been able to announce, we are going to be celebrating with Devi Parashakti being in her divine presence live at 10 p.m. So now let us take a few minutes, and I would like to present to each and every one of you the celebrations that is going to be happening on the day of Krishna Janmashtami, which is fastly approaching us. In just a few hours, we will be celebrating the day that 5,000 years back, Bhagavan Sri Krishna happened on planet Earth, the embodiment of pure love and devotion. In the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 11, verse 37, Bhagavan Sri Krishna is described, oh great soul, greater than Brahma, the original creator, why would anyone not bow down to you? O limitless one, O infinite one, O refuge of the universe, you are the imperishable reality beyond both the manifest and unmanifest universe. This Krishna Janmashtami, we will be celebrating Krishna as the Purnavatara, the complete manifestation, who manifests in all of the dimensions as a son, a friend, a beloved, a father, a guru, and God for everyone whom he interacts with. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had actually beautifully once explained that Bhagavan Sri Krishna is the personification of any personality, and he simply manifests and relates with every human being, even if they are adharmic, even if they are hypocrites, in a joyful, expressive, perfect way, which will complete and fulfill. Beautifully, again, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, Krishna, the life, legacy, message of Krishna, the life, is just intense life. That is the essence which Swamiji himself gave on Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And Krishna Janmashtami is the day Bhagavan Krishna happened on planet Earth. And Krishna is the embodiment of Paramashiva ever happened in the cosmos. He is the Purna Avatara, the manifestation of all the powers described in the Vedas and Agamas. And Purnavatara literally means that he manifests in every dimension with so much of complete completion that he literally makes you who are relating with him complete, and he fulfills everything in you. The greatest happening that happened, is happening, and will happen in the cosmos is Krishna. These are the words exactly from Swamiji himself. He is a personality with so many hundreds of perfect dimensions, a child expressing extraordinary innocence and extraordinary powers, an adult who is beyond body, who does not have any idea of ordinary body. A great happening of the cosmos is functioning. Krishna was a singer, a dancer, musician, strategist, and a beloved for everybody. And this Krishna Janmashtami, we are celebrating Bhagavan Sri Krishna with the avatar, the incarnation, who has come down, keeping to his promise that he made thousands of years back, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. Yes. And expressed as an ever youthful, and expressed in intellect as amazing strategic, expressed in emotion as the most beautiful, pure romance, and in the dimension of length as knowledge, the dimension of breadth as the amazing artistic expression, the depth, the power he manifested. And Krishna was known for the courageous, for his courageous stand for dharma, that no matter what, he would always stand for the righteousness, what was right over what is pleasant. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself has spoken on how Krishna stood for dharma and stood in order to execute the right thing, the cosmos, what the cosmos had mandated and had willed to do. Krishna had literally done the whole Leela of the Mahabharata. Krishna is the embodiment of dharma and collective integrity. Krishna enacts the whole Leela to establish dharma in humanity. The whole Leela of the Mahabharata, he enacts just in order to establish dharma in humanity. That no matter what, even if you are going against your very family, friends, as Arjuna did in the Mahabharata war, it is better to do what is right, not what is pleasant. And the beautiful promise which Krishna gave, saying, Yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata abhyuttanam adharmasya tadhatmanam shrujamyaham paritranaya sayudhunam vinasaya cha duskrutam dharma samsthapanatarya sambhavami yuge yuge. Whenever there is a decline in the righteousness, he will come down, and he promised to take birth again and again in this planet Earth. He said he will come again and again for eternity. Every yuga, every time that there is a decline in the righteousness. And once again, we're celebrating the presence of Sri Krishna amongst us through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. Krishna as well his whole strategy is Advaita, the space of Advaita. Everything is an extension of me. Whatever I want is already a part of me, is Kalpataru. This is the powerful cognition which Krishna had operated on. And Krishna is Kalpataru, who is overflowing to fulfill every being's wish in every dimension. Krishna's strategy still works, and Krishna's Gita has no expiry date. His strategy is no violence and no enmity. The moment you remove enmity from your being and complete with it, one, the other fellow will lose the power, and second, that fellow will become so stupid you may not even need to use a weapon to destroy him. That is why Krishna never took any weapon in his hand. He just had the strategy to just have it and never have any enmity with inside of himself. And the Supreme Pontiff himself says the strategy that he uses is he never accepts any enemy requests, only friend requests. It's such a beautiful way to relate with every single being on planet Earth. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continues to describe that don't believe completing with your violence will make you weak. If you believe completing with your violence will make you weak, you are wrong. Krishna lived in the space of completion. He was always powerful. As a single man, he finished everything he wanted to finish. And the whole Bhagavatam, the Purana of Bhagavan Sri Krishna happening and in his life's leelas brings so much of fulfillment in itself. He is the expression of Parandhama, the expression of Mahavishnu himself, who comes down in order to sustain the whole universe. Bhagavan Sri Krishna is the Purnavatara, who has embodied Narayana, Paramapada in all of his powers. And Bhagavan Sri Krishna is the 8th avatar of Lord Vishnu, who is responsible for the sustenance of the whole cosmos. Mahavishnu is responsible for the whole sustenance of the whole cosmos. And there's 5 actions of Paramashiva, of the whole existence, and the whole action of sustenance, maintenance, is what Bhagavan Sri Vishnu does. And Bhagavan Sri Krishna is the being whose first set a trend that the macrocosm can express in human body in the microcosm in a fully fledged and fully bloomed way. The whole happening of avatars on planet Earth began the human body with Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And one of the most important messages of Sri Krishna is Karmanye vadikaraste mapaleshu kadachana, meaning do your duty, don't worry about the result. Yeah. And ultimately, what Krishna is saying is not something that should be misinterpreted. Never this shloka means, oh, even if you just get 10 rupee, you go on working for 10,000 rupees, go on giving valuable work. No, that is not what it means. What Bhagavan Sri Krishna meant and what he teaches to the whole world is something even more than that, something beyond that is capable of our understanding. Understand, when we fulfill this instruction of Bhagavan Sri Krishna, something which is more than what we can understand will be bestowed on us. There is a beautiful story when Bhagavan Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, a great incarnation of Paramashiva, who happened who lived until 1950, says, Ramakrishna once tells Vivekananda, you have to go all over the world and teach and take my message. And Swami Vivekananda was shaken to the core. He was not ready at all for the responsibility. But once Swami Vivekananda cognized his responsibility as a cognition, not as a work, the amount of work Vivekananda performed is something that is unmatched, that is matchless, and nobody is still able to beat the record of going city by city, enriching people, bringing the science of enlightenment to the Western world, and triggering the most highest advanced technology to be researched and developed, including sustainable resources, including solar power, including battery powered vehicles, and so much more. Understand, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism goes on to say, do your duty, don't expect the results, is not told from the context that if you work for 10,000 rupees, you may only get 10 rupees. You may have to console yourself, not rebel, not feel you were treated unjustly and no injustice was done to you. Life is such, if you work for 10 rupees, you will be showered with 10 billion rupees. But if you think you're going to be getting 10 billion rupees, you need to work for that. You will be overwhelmed and you'll never start the work. That is the beauty of what Krishna, Bhagavan Sri Krishna is telling. He understands that humanity immediately, if we tell you have to go and you have to become incarnation, you have to do such great things, immediately they'll become overwhelmed. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, because Vivekananda has thought such a huge result he has to cause, means so much work he has to do as per his own logic. He got overwhelmed about the work. Results are caused by a cognitive shift, not by work. That is the strategy that Bhagavan Sri Krishna gave to each and every one of us. What we can imagine, and something that relates to each and every one of us as we go about our day-to-day life. If you think about the result, you will do everything in reverse calculation. The effort you need to put for the sake of this result, you will get overwhelmed about the effort you need to put, and then you will never start. And many of you, I'm sure, have gotten into this vicious cycle. You not having the powerfulness to begin is always the problem. To think that I will just do my duty and I will not think about the results. Because till the responsibility cognition happens, the logic which calculates 1 hour equals $10 will never be understood as, and also will always be a faltu logic. Only if the responsibility cognition shift happens, you will understand the result I need to cause need not even be remembered. That is the truth. Just remember, the result I need to cause does not even need to be remembered. That is what Krishna is promising each of us. There are two states, Ishvara and Yushvara. This is what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has elaborated again. He says Ishvara is taking responsibility and making it happen. And Yushvara is getting overwhelmed about the actions you need to perform for the result you need to cause and never moving anything. And if you are forced to move, you take a U-turn. That is many of our relationship with work. The essence of Krishna's life, the message, the legacy is intense life. It expresses as health, beauty, grandeur, romance, knowledge, responsibility, power in multiple dimensions, in multiple ways, but life, intense life. Such a beautiful message from Krishna. Gives me so much of excitement. Remembering all the great, powerful cognitions the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given reminds me, at least, that actually, hey, we are here living with Bhagavan Sri Krishna himself. In the war field as Bhagavan Sri Krishna had manifested. Just like that, today in the pandemic that is ongoing, Devi Parashakti is revealing to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is continuously guiding each and every one of us. And now I'd like to share a few verses where Lord Krishna Bhagavan says, Sarvasya chaham hridi sannivisto mata smritirjnana apohanam cha vedascha sarve aham eva vedyo vedanta krid veda eva chaham. And this means I am seated in everyone's heart, and from me come remembrance, knowledge, and everything. There's a beautiful story in Apta Pramana of Sudama. Sudama was Lord Krishna's friend and devotee, and he belonged to a poor Brahmin family. As they grew up, Krishna manifested Dwaraka and got married to Rukmini, but Sudama was married to a simple Brahmin girl and led a simple life. And he was austere living, but he remained a poor man. Tired and anguished by the poor living condition, Sudama's wife asked Sudama to go and ask Krishna for some alms. And Sudama, being an honest and self-made man, felt ashamed to go ahead and ask for his friend for help. After being insisted by his wife, Sudama decided to go ahead to meet Krishna. However, he said, meeting my old friend after years empty-handed wouldn't feel nice. He decided to carry along a handful of puffed rice for Lord Krishna. And as soon as he reached the place, Krishna received him with warmth and respect. And he gave him so much, poured so much on to Sudama, and gave him so much of love. They recalled the time spent at the Sandipani school in their childhood, and seeing the splendor, Sudama felt awed of Krishna's palace. Krishna's hospitality and love made him feel happy. However, seeing the grandeur, he felt embarrassed to take out the gift, and Krishna immediately understood how Sudama was feeling and took the gift from him, seeing a small bag in Sudama's hand. Sudama felt sad as he remembered his hungry children at home, and he stayed at the palace for 2 days, but could not ask Krishna for any personal favors. On the third day, he was ready to leave back for home, and he was not able to tell Krishna what he needed. But when he came back home, instead of his old hut, he saw a magnificent palace being built at the same place. And beautifully, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had a beautiful experience of the darshan of Sri Krishna when he was on his wandering times in around 1996 to around 1999 until December 31st, 1999. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was wandering the length of breadth of India, and he came upon a woman whom he had been staying, an old elderly woman with whom he had been staying, and who was a very, very ardent bhakta of Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And through her, when suddenly he was about to go and she stopped him and just held his hand, she literally, Swamiji says that he had the darshan of Bhagavan Sri Krishna. He says, just as a small baby, as he was described in Bhagavatam with a small flute in his hands, his face being so innocent and a peacock feather and his unclean hair, he had seen Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And Swamiji says the shock was from the very root center, and the shock was from the very Mooladhara chakra. And he says, even if he had the smallest doubt that she was a saintly lady, I wouldn't have gone. And I told her that she would come out of this illusion. But she was a simple, unassuming person with no external expressions. She was a simple lady. And just by touching me, she had given me a darshan. Swamiji says, please understand, this was an initiation. And it is not that she held her hand and I was convinced that Krishna was there. Swamiji actually saw Krishna. Clearly he was there. The shock was so much that Swamiji just fell to his feet, and I can remember. And Swamiji says that he can remember very clearly my feet falling at the feet of Kuppamal, my first inspiration and teacher in Tiruvannamalai. Meaning that just as Swamiji saw his guru, he saw this woman, this elderly lady in Gujarat who had given him the darshan of Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And he told her, never ever call me as Baba, you are my Mata. Meaning, don't call me as father, Baba means father. Yes. And here is another beautiful verse from Bhagavad Gita where it says, worshippers of the celestial gods take birth amongst the celestial gods. Worshippers of ancestors go to the ancestors, and worshippers of the ghosts take birth amongst such beings. And my devotees come to me alone. Bhagavan Sri Krishna directly reveals in his own divine words that whoever worships him directly merges into him and attains Videha Mukti. Another beautiful verse from the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 9, verse 28, where it says, by dedicating all your works to me, you will be freed from the bondage of good and bad results. With your mind attached to me through renunciation, you will be liberated and you will reach me. By worshipping Bhagavan Sri Krishna, all the karmas and incompletions from the past births are immediately erased and the space of oneness is achieved. And with each and every one of these beautiful verses, you will be able to see how we invoke the deep feeling connection to Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And with this remembrance of Bhagavan Sri Krishna, we can deeply
Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanura Mardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadguru. He is the most powerful, greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva, ever happened in the cosmos, and the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put in one word the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youths, in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure romance. Essence of Krishna's life, message, legacy is life, intense life.
He is so in love with life, in romance with the cosmos. Everything was just celebration, celebration, celebration. Celebrate today.
Yes, completing with all the viewers for that technical difficulty. Now, in the next here, we are celebrating Bhagavan Sri Krishna through this verse where it says, "But those who dedicate all their actions to me, regarding me as the supreme goal, worshipping me and meditating on me, they will attain the highest." And why? In this segment, we're going to be understanding the various different rituals that we're going to be celebrating with on the day of Krishna Janmashtami. So if you're wondering why we need rituals, understand that God is formless, and why the need for rituals, you might ask. Ramakrishna Paramahamsa beautifully says, as long as you think you have a body, you will be able to relate to the cosmic energy only through the way of the body. A ritual helps someone have a regular habit of doing it. When Swamiji first introduced the Nitya Dhyan meditation, only 20 to 30% of people continued the meditation continuously for a few months. But the moment he added the last section, the Guru Puja to it, a ritual, more than 80% of people started to follow it sincerely. A ritual helped them decide to have a regular amount and to continue doing it. And the Vedic tradition has some specially designed formulae for tapping the Kundalini energy at its source. There are special rituals which are done when in the presence of the avatar in the energy field, the kshetra opens up all the gates to experience prosperity, success, health, healing, relationships by tapping the Kundalini energy at its source. Any prayer or ritual done in a superconscious energy field can enhance, and you can be able to experience that. Any prayer or ritual done in superconscious energy field enhances the benefits of the ritual thousandfold. And Adi Kailash in Bengaluru, India, is the kshetra established by Paramashivoham himself, by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, invoking and installing various gods and goddesses of Kailasa. And Adi Kailash is a place where Bhagavan Paramashiva revealed the science of enlightenment to his divine consort. These are some of the benefits of offering it in the Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalaya as well. And in this very place, historically, when Lord Rama, an incarnation of Lord Vishnu, walked on this earth, he organized the Upanishads and revealed them in the form of Muktika Upanishad to his most beloved devotee, Hanuman. And all the rituals offered in the sacred kshetra of Adi Kailash is physically accepted by all the deities that are living energies there. Now let us enter into the various today to Bhagavan Sri Krishna on the occasion of Krishna Janmashtami. So in just a few hours, we will be celebrating the occasion of Krishna Janmashtami. To join us for the celebrations, stay tuned and get connected with Kailasa on Facebook, on Twitter, Instagram, and all the different social media platforms so that you can ensure you don't miss a notification for the Krishna Janmashtami celebrations. Here we have the various different naivedyams that you can offer for Sri Krishna. And this is something that you can make out of your love and to Sri Krishna on this day. And these are listed here, the milk here, ghee here, sugar here, appam, the ada, mixed banana, ghee and honey, the madhuram and butter. All of these are Krishna's favorite offerings, and you can offer anything that you like. And in this offering, you will simply see that when you're offering to Bhagavan Sri Krishna, you will be simply a part of his divine Leela for the purpose of enlightenment. Now, the first offering is the offering of butter. Butter is traditionally churning the curds from boiled milk, and this is a refined product in essence of traditional hard labor for a day in Krishna's birthplace of Gokulam. This very butter is what Krishna comes to steal and eat with his friends. And the need for making butter isn't something that comes under the daily task, as it was a rare commodity, but the Gopikas of Gokulam loved to make it just to see Krishna come and eat their butter. The Gopikas would hide it in the corner and wait for Krishna to come for the butter. And for this offering in the Navanita Seva, the sacred offering of butter pots to Sri Krishna, there is a beautiful verse from the Krishnashtakam saying, Om Navanita Rangaya Namaha, Om Navanitana Namaha, the Lord whose body is smeared with butter and the one who dances for butter. This is from the Krishna Ashtotar Namavali. This butter pot seva is a symbol of the Gopika's love for Sri Krishna. When Sri Krishna was small, was a small child, his mother, Yashoda, would make butter for Krishna, and Krishna would steal and share with his friends. Seeing this, the Gopikas also would make butter every day just so that Krishna would come to their house and steal it. That is the significance of the butter pot seva. And as Krishna loves butter, you can have this butter as well and offer the butter pot seva. The love of the Gopikas for Krishna was such that they would spend all day churning butter, remembering him to make a pot full of it. This offering is recreating that same love that the Gopikas had for Krishna, for our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Just in the remembrance of the Bhagavatam and the Leelas of Krishna, you can offer this butter pot seva. And again, this is the verse from the Krishna Ashtottara Shatanamavali, the 21st verse, where it says that Krishna is literally the Lord who is smeared with butter. And if any of you are interested in making these sevas, you can go to www.kailasamailer.com/seva. We also, as the link is projected here, we also have next the Andolana Seva. The Andolana Seva is the traditional swing seva offering to Bhagavan Sri Krishna, who is described as the one who dances. The swing oscillates, mirroring the oscillation of our mind. And in the Guru Puja, we offer the Manasa Puja, where we say, Chanchalyam Manasastatha, which means the oscillation of the mind is the offering. We have a unique offering to offer the swing to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the incarnation of Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And by offering this swing, we offer our manas, the mind itself. It is a surrender of the mind and offering of our gratitude, where we celebrate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism oscillating in our inner space time and time again. Such a beautiful soul seva, the Andolana Seva, where we just remember the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism sweetly swinging in his swing and offer out of our gratitude to him. If any of you have that beautiful feeling connection of Swamiji and his grace, connecting with each and every one of us seated on the swing in Adi Kailasa courtyard, you can offer this seva as a divine gift to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We also have next the Churna Abhishekam, which we'll be understanding next. The Churnabhishekam is an offering of various juices from the varieties of sweet fruits traditionally offered as a sacred bath onto the deity. Of the nectar of Krishna's form and story is celebrated with 25 offerings of fruit juice onto the deity of Sri Krishna. It is a spectacle to witness the celebration of colorful life of Sri Krishna through the offering of various different nectars in many different colors. And we also have references for the offerings to Bhagavan Sri Krishna, where it says that milk, curd, clarified butter, honey, panchagavya, panchamrita, sugarcane juice, all kinds of fruits, seeds, parched paddy, all of these substances which are listed here are going to be used in the Churnabhishekam. And it says that the Guru should perform the Snapanabhishekam for the Supreme Lord to nullify all of the various karmas. We also have here the Navanita Tulabharam, the sacred ritualistic offering of butter, measured in the weight against the deity of Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And as Krishna is described as Navanita Nataya Namaha, meaning the one who dances for butter, from the Krishna Ashtottara Shatanamavali, the 22nd verse, you can offer this Navanita Seva Tulabharam and offer the amount of butter which is weighed against the deity of Bhagavan Sri Krishna. The butter Tulabharam is the offering of butter equivalent to the weight of the deity of our beloved Bhagavan. And the butter represents the karma phala, that is the essence of our hard work and daily labor. Bhagavan Krishna says again and again in the Gita to drop all your karma phala at his feet. So you can offer this Navanita Tulabharam as well, a very, very profound and powerful offering to Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And the Atharva Veda Parishishtha describes the Tula Purusha ceremonial offering of Tulabharam, of the Hiranya Garbha and the gold vessels, and the offering of 1,000 cows as the Mahadhana, or the supreme offering. In the Matsya Purana, it also says that the Tula Purusha, the ceremonial offering of the Tulabharam, as the Mahadhana, as the most supreme offering. So this giving for the sake of giving to open us up to Paramashiva. In Hinduism, giving is about offering with gratitude, the highest that we have to receive, the best possible, Paramashiva himself. And we also have the Sankalpa offering available for each and every one of you. This is an offering of just $1, and you can make this Sankalpa today and offer this Sankalpa, a conscious resolution which you want to fulfill, any kind of prayer that you want to fulfill, request Bhagavan Sri Krishna, request Bhagavan Sri Krishna manifesting through the supreme pontiff of Hinduism as well. The offering of the Sankalpa at the feet of the divine is sacred and conscious act of aligning our strained mind into empowering our declarations with auspicious willpower and power manifesting energy of the divine and manifest intentions into reality for living an enlightened lifestyle. That is the power of the Sankalpa offering. And as well today, we also have the offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. It's a very beautiful day that you can offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja to the Guru, our beloved Guru, who is manifesting the Baba of Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And there's a beautiful verse from the compositions of Adi Shankaracharya where he says that even if I have traveled all directions in the world, I have traveled the whole world and come, and I have earned all of the virtues, all the riches in my life, if I have not bowed down and surrendered my life at the feet of the Guru, what then? What then? What then? Meaning, what is the meaning of all of that? What is the meaning of whole life itself if I've achieved everything, but I've not achieved the ultimate? I've not achieved the very thing that can grant me the ultimate. You can offer this Pratyaksha Pada Puja and receive the auspicious blessings from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as well. And you can also offer the Vastra Alankara Seva. There's another verse from the Krishnashtakam where it says, the Lord who is engaged in playing with Rukmini, adorned and resplendent with Pitambaras, garments, and he who attracts to the scent of Tulasi, and I bow down to you, Bhagavan Krishna, the Guru for the entire world. And traditionally, this seva is offered for better physical and mental well-being and healing from any illnesses. Now, we will be seeing the significance of the element gold. As we are proceeding, we're going to be going over the gold offerings that you can make on the occasion of Krishna Janmashtami. Actually, in the Atharva Veda, it speaks about the beautiful significance of the gold element. It's not just an economic value or a social value. It has sacred and divine properties and is actually associated, even in our scriptures, with long life and immortality, literally achieving what every one of us is desiring at the end of the day. In the Hindu civilization, thrived on the banks of rivers of gold. The Indus River was called the Hiranyamaya in the Rig Veda, and the river Saraswati was called the Hiranyavartani in the Atharva Veda. Gold is a supreme element for offering gifts to the ones you love and revere. And temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years, and it lasts forever. And today, we have several different offerings that you can make. We have first the Go Seva that you can offer on this especially auspicious occasion of Krishna Janmashtami. And the Madhurashtakam sings the Gopa Madhura Gavo Madhura, Yashtir Madhura, Shrishtir Madhura, meaning his cowherd boyfriends are sweet and his cows are sweet. His herding staff is sweet and his creation is sweet. This is from the Madhurashtakam description of Sri Krishna. You can offer the Go Seva to Bhagavan Sri Krishna on this day and offer the Go Seva to the cows of Krishna for the manifestation of nourishment and the removal of any food-related problem. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, all animals, every being is literally seen and worshipped as God, as the manifestation of the cosmic principle Ahimsa Paramo Dharmaha, meaning non-violence is the greatest dharma. We have the next offering, the Swarna Pushpam, and in the Bhagavad Gita it says, Patram Pushpam Phalam Toyam Yome Bhaktya Pranashchati Tadaham Bhakti Yu Prahitam Ashnami Prayatat Manaha, meaning if one offers to me with devotion anything, a flower, a leaf, anything, I will simply accept it and cherish his love. You can offer the Swarna Padma Pushpam, the golden flower, the gold flower to last eternally in oneness with the avatar. And to the one who accepts anything and everything, we should offer the best of whatever we have. So you can offer this golden flower. And as you can see, there's different levels of the offering as well. So you can offer it in $600 and $100 as well. We also have the Tulasi Patra, and in the in the Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 5, Chapter 3, it says, Tulasi Dhala Matrena Jalasya Chulukena Va Vikritniti Svam Atmanam Bhaktebhya Bhaktavatsala, meaning Sri Krishna, who is very affectionate towards his devotees, tells himself to the devotee who merely offers a tulasi leaf and a palmful of water. It's such a beautiful verse where his devotion is considered so profound, and the Supreme Lord is costlessly merciful upon his devotees, so much so that even the poorest of men can offer him a little water and a flower in devotion and thus please him. This is due to his affectionate dealings with his devotees. You can offer the Tulasi Patram with pure love to receive his grace forever. And as you can see, all of these offerings have so many beautiful significances and play out in the life of Sri Krishna beautifully with his Leelas. You can take part of this beautiful grand Leela of the whole universe itself with any one of these offerings that are listed here. And as we saw, many of these offerings have different levels associated with them. So you can always see what option might be best for you. And there's different offerings that you can do. We also have the e-hundi offering that you can do either through the YouTube Super Chat or through the registration link that we have here. And you can make this offering at any time. Just make an offering out of pure love and devotion, which cannot be underestimated at this time. Literally, you will be able to experience such a breakthrough in your life. And you can take a part of the celebrations of Krishna Janmashtami this year with if your Ishta Devata is Bhagavan Sri Krishna. So now we've come to a conclusion of this segment of today's program, to the next segment of today's program. And I invite each and every one of you once again to make the offerings for Krishna Janmashtami. Stay tuned, connect with each and every one of the social media platforms of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa, and ensure that you're connected and joined for the celebrations of Krishna Janmashtami, which will be starting in a few hours on in Kailasa. So with this, we'll now be entering into the next segment of today's program and getting ready for the live darshan of Devi Parashakti. Let us now gather for the preparations, and each and every one of us will have the opportunity to get ready for the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading that is starting shortly.
Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanura Mardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadguru. He is the most powerful, greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva. Ever have the cosmos and the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put in one word the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure romance. Essence of Krishna's life, message, legacy is life, intense life.
He is so much in love, in romance with the cosmos. Everything was just celebration, celebration, celebration. Celebrate today whole day. Give vacation for your depression. Tell your mind bye. And celebrate, celebrate, celebrate. Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanura Mardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadguru. He is the most powerful, greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva, ever happened in the cosmos, and the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put in one word the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure romance. Essence of Krishna's life, message, legacy is life, intense life.
He is so much in love with life, in romance with the cosmos. Everything was just celebration. Celebrate today whole day. Give vacation for your depression. Tell your mind bye. And celebrate. Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanura Mardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadguru. He is the most powerful, greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva, ever happened in the cosmos, and the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put in one word the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure romance. Essence life, message, legacy is life, intense life.
He is so much in love with life, in romance with the cosmos. Everything was just celebration. Celebrate today whole day. Give vacation for your depression. Tell your mind bye. And celebrate. Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanura Mardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadguru.
Nithyanandam, welcome back, dear viewers. Now we have a very special segment where we will be hearing from one devotee who had the opportunity to receive blessings from Devi Parashakti herself. So we have Ma here with us today from the UK to share her experience with Devi Parashakti Akashic reading. Welcome, Ma. Yes, Ma. So first, can I ask you to first share a little bit about yourself, share a little bit about your background and your family?
Yeah, sure. So I'm Ma Lala Daksha, and we live in the UK. I'm 24 years old, and my whole family has been connected to Swamiji. My parents, my sisters, for about 6 years now. Yeah, and I'm 24 years old. So I met Swamiji when I was 18, and yeah. So I've always said that being with Swamiji, it's always helped me through the years of me being at university, because that's when I first met him, when I first started university. And I would say I only did well because of my connection and of Swamiji being there in our lives. Yeah.
Yes, Ma. So, sorry, I missed it. You said you've known Swamiji since 2015, is it? Yes. So I remember you at Nithyananda. So that was your first program, right?
Yeah, that was my first program.
Okay. So since then, you've just been completely enamored and ready to be involved with the Sangha and working for Swamiji's mission. So you recently had a blessing from Devi Parashakti. So can you share a little bit about that, and what was your experience with this blessing, and how did you go about asking, and what was Devi Parashakti's answer to you?
Yeah, sure. So I think last month now, my sister came back from university because she lives at university, and she just came back because she wasn't she just came back quickly with the decision quickly. And then she only realized here when she got here that she got tested positive with COVID. And so we first thought it was her that just had it, and we tried our best to keep her contained and stuff. And then within that week we realized that we all caught it as well. And it was so we all quite got ill and felt ill and stuff, and then we wrote a message during an Akashic reading to Devi asking for protection and healing, and she answered. She said, I'll protect everyone who lives in your house, all of you, and heal all of you. And yeah, so since then we could feel obviously her presence and Swamiji's presence, and we quite quickly we all got healed quite quickly. Within a few weeks we were all fine, and now we're all healed completely. And so yeah, I'd say yeah.
So this is, just to clarify, that your mother, your father, and both your sisters and yourself were all infected with COVID-19.
Yeah.
So, wow. And this, with just the blessings of Devi Parashakti, you guys saw a lot of relief from all your symptoms and healing from the disease.
Yeah.
So that's amazing. And how did you feel? How was it when you, Parashakti, knowing that she herself is taking care of you and that you don't have to worry about a thing?
Yeah, I think because before that we were quite scared and like worried and like we just weren't well, so we didn't do anything. But straight after that, like I guess it was like a relief, or like we could feel the support. Like we didn't need to worry. Like there's nothing that we needed to do anymore. Like, we could just leave it all, and like we just anything that happened, like we just left it. Like we knew we were protected. Like compared to anyone else, like who would experience the same thing outside, like without any in the outside world. Like we just felt less like worried and scared, and then it was like quite quick that we did recover as well. So we could that was definitely like the blessing of.
Wow, that's amazing. So basically, you were experiencing symptoms before Devi Parashakti's blessings, and then immediately you were able to recover pretty quickly. How long did it take before you guys were recovered after Devi Parashakti's blessings?
I think for most of us, like within that week, we did feel better.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, I think for my mom, it might have been a bit longer, but it wasn't that much longer.
So all of you guys are fully healed, back on track, and that's amazing, Ma. Especially, I mean, I've seen so many people experiencing such severe symptoms, and many people are experiencing symptoms like months after they've been infected and are still having very, very severe infections. And you guys, within just a week of Devi Parashakti's blessings, were able to be healed, and your entire family, all 5 of you, were able to be immediately healed with just one word from Devi Parashakti. That's really beautiful, Ma. So when I heard that you guys also had some other experiences and blessings since Devi has been giving you guys blessings. Can you share a little bit about that?
Yeah, also recently, like we moved house, like just now. So that was actually a really long process. Like it took about like 6 months for us to like actually buy our house. So I remember one time we did ask Devi in the darshan like for blessings of like our purchase of the house being successful. And then back then it was like she said like, yeah, don't worry, like I've got you'll like get a house. My dad asked the question and she answered like, I'll give you a house as big as a palace, or like, so don't worry, like it'll happen. And then that was ages ago, and then now like we finally bought the house and we moved in. Like, so I'd say like it was a long procedure and stuff. So I'd definitely say like her blessings too, that because we started looking for houses when we were fasting in March for like the Pachapatni thing, and my mum always says like we first looked at this house then, so it's definitely like it's gonna work because like the blessings of Devi, and that's what happened. That's what I think.
Yes, and that's exactly a really important point you made. Even if it doesn't immediately manifest, Devi Parashakti's blessings don't go without manifesting. It might take time, but it will certainly happen. If she has given her word, she will certainly make it happen for you. And I heard that this is exactly what your mother had wanted, the dream house that she had wanted.
Yeah, like she wanted like the puja room to be like in the right place, and she wanted like lots of flowers for puja, and then so we got like quite a big garden and then lots and lots of plants. So she's happy with that.
That's really beautiful, Ma. And it's actually, I mean, I've known you since around 2015. We did Nithyananda Home together, and I've seen like your whole family growing, and all of you guys are now connected. Even I think I heard some of your other relatives are also connected. It's so beautiful to see how you guys have evolved as a family, how you guys are growing and deepening your connection with Swamiji, and receiving so many beautiful blessings from Devi Parashakti. Can you share a little bit more about your journey with Swamiji as a family?
Yeah, they like I remember.
I think, no, go ahead. I remember as I think it was actually your sister who had initially gotten connected, and then you, and then your mom, and then your father also eventually, I remember, came to Nithyananda, if that's right.
Yeah, it's like actually it was my mom first, and then like
Oh, your mom first.
Like my sister Dwyer, my older sister, because she like none of us went, and she just went to a like weekend program, and then like we saw that my sister like was like better because she was like so then my dad said they could go to India. They went that summer, and then like eventually that year I went. At the end of that year is when I first went, and just before that my dad went, and so within all that year is when we all got connected, and then like eventually my sister too, and then it's just like the transformation, like we first saw in my sister, and then it just all happened really quickly, and then and then we continued to like do lots straight away when we came back as well, like programs from home, and then we became a center at the house as well, and it's just kept going from there, I guess.
That's such a beautiful experience to be able to connect with Swamiji as a family, and to be on this spiritual journey together, to be like living together and being on this path and continuing to grow and experience all of these super conscious breakthroughs that Swamiji is giving together as a family. And I know that you had shared that it was your sister's transformation that really inspired you to come to IA and connect with Swamiji more deeply. Can you share a little bit about that, Ma?
Yeah, so like at home, my sister was like, I guess my parents like wouldn't really be able to like control or whatever, like her behavior, and I think when my mom said lots of like completion happened for my sister with my mom, like while they were both in India, and I think you could see like she was just much better when she came back, and she would like nicely speak to my mom compared to when she didn't before that, and I think it's just gradually like we saw like a massive difference. Yeah, and then like there was, because we already were holding programs like as soon as my parents came back from the first IA, like I was attending every like weekend workshop that was happening in between that time. So I think through all that is when I wanted to go, because like there's always like the December programs, and they always talk about it a lot and encourage, try and get everyone to come, and that's like the period of time that I first got connected. So then for the December Thailand program is when I was like, oh, I really want to go. I really want to go. It seems like something I didn't know. I didn't think I knew like then what it was, that I just wanted to go. And then obviously like my parents already went to the IAs a lot, so they spent a lot of money, and so they were just like weren't thinking of going. Well, I was the one, I was like, well, I want to go, somehow I want to go, and then I remember somehow like we found like we got money somehow, and like my dad like agreed to like at least send one of us, like at least let me go, and then it was me.
All three of you ended up coming, right?
Yeah.
And that's a beautiful point, Ma. Just having the intention, to connect with Guru, it will manifest all of your realities in your life. And you just saw like you had, spent maybe previously so much of money on IA, and you didn't know necessarily how this money would manifest, but just having the intention made it manifest for you in your life.
Yeah, and also that IA, it was like it was my first year of uni, so I just started university, and when in the December time that I had to be in Thailand, I wasn't like, I missed uni for like 1 or 2 thing, and it was like the last 2 weeks of the
exam period.
Yeah, and it was like there's an assignment that I was in when I was away, and I thought like, okay, fine, it's a like online assignment, I can try and do it. But in Thailand, it was like so hard with the Wi-Fi and everything. Like a lot happened. Obviously, there was no time to like sit at the laptop and do work. So I didn't end up finishing that assignment, and it was like I remember it being really important. Like, and then I was like, I didn't do it, and then I got back and I got the results of that. It was a compulsory module, like to pass the whole year. And then so I didn't do it, and I failed that module. And then I remember being like, oh, I don't know what to do now. Like, so like I was so sad and everything. I was like, oh my god, because of that I didn't. And then I remembered like when we were there in the IA, somebody just said something like, if whatever you left to come here,
I'll give you that and more.
And,
and myself, yeah.
Yeah, and like 10 times more, or like me, like you don't need to worry or something. I don't know why that, for some reason, even then that line like stuck in me, like one thing I really remembered from what he said. And then I got my like, it was like around the time I got my results and stuff, and then it was like I failed that module, I mean, and so I couldn't do anything. I remember like emailing like the uni and stuff, and then I messaged, like I wrote a message on my wall, on my Facebook wall privately, and like tagged Swamiji because he said he can do that around there. And then I was like, I'm just gonna write a message of what happened, and like I came to IA and I didn't pass my thing. And then I remember he liked it, and I think within like that day or whatever, like my dad was like, oh, like show me your results, like why did you fail, show me the screen. And then I got the screen up, and it was like that module or that assignment that said that I failed, it changed to say that I passed. And then I was like, yeah, that was like the first experience.
That's amazing. That's like so miraculous, especially for a student to be, literally you just saw it earlier and it said failed, and then we pulled it up later after Swamiji's blessings, and then you passed. That's amazing. It's such a beautiful experience, man. Sounds like from the time that you've known Swamiji, from 2015, you guys have just been having so many miraculous, so many beautiful experiences, and now through Devi, you've experienced such amazing healing and so many other realities fulfilled in your life. So such a beautiful experience, and it's so nice to hear from devotees like you who are just radiating Swamiji. So thank you for sharing, Ma.
Thank you, Ma.
Thank you, Ma. Nithyananda. So now that you heard from the devotees who have experienced all of these beautiful miracles in their life through Devi Parashakti and through Swamiji, we will now get ready for the Devi Parashakti Akashic readings live with Swamiji himself. And we will also be having the opportunity to ask and experience these miracles for ourselves. So stay tuned and make sure that you leave a comment in the comment section and ask your prayers, your boons, whatever you want to receive from Devi Parashakti, and you too can experience these beautiful miracles in your life. So with this, we will be taking a short break and entering into the preparation for the Bhava Samadhi darshan. Thank you.
Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanura Mardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadguru. He is the most powerful, greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva, ever happened in the cosmos, the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put
in one word, the life, legacy, message of Krishna. I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure romance. Essence of Krishna's life, message, legacy is life, intense life.
He is so much in love with life, in romance with the cosmos. Everything was just celebration, celebration, celebration. Celebrate today whole day. Give vacation for your depression. Tell your mind bye. And celebrate. 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 Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanura Mardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadguru. He is the most powerful, greatest embodiment of the cosmos Shiva ever happened in the cosmos, and the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put in one word, the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure romance. Essence of Krishna's life, message, legacy is life, intense life.
He is so much in Vasudevasudam Devam Gamsachanura Mardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadguru. He is the most powerful, greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva, ever happened in the cosmos, and the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put in one word the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure romance. Essence of Krishna's life, message, legacy is life, intense life.
He is so much in love with life, in romance with the cosmos. Everything was just celebration, celebration, celebration. Celebrate today whole day. Give vacation for your depression. Tell your mind bye. And celebrate. 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 Vasudevasudam Devam Gamsachanura Mardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadguru. He is the most powerful, greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva, ever happened in the cosmos, and the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put in one word the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist.
Vasudevasudam Devam Gamsachanura Mardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadguru. He is the most greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva, ever happened in the cosmos, and the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I had one word, the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure romance. Essence of Krishna's life, message, legacy is life, intense life.
He is so much in love with life, in romance with the cosmos. Everything was just celebrations.
Welcome back. Nithyananda, welcome back to all the viewers, each and every one of you that are here. And so far we have been enjoying as we are all preparing ourselves for the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Now let us see what is Bhava Samadhi Darshan. As all of us are awaiting the presence of Devi Parashakti, Kathana
Shakti Padadva Yadva Padavalokanat Prasadat Swaguru Samyak Prapyate Paramam Padam. By the enlightening teachings of the Guru Kathana, by the Shakti Pada, the graceful transmission of the spiritual powers, by looking at the sacred feet of the Guru, or by the complete loving favor of the Guru Prasada, the ultimate goal and space, the Paramam Padam, is attained.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is not an event in space and time. Rather, it is a moment that lifts you out of space and time. Bhava is defined as directing and activating the emotional and spiritual energy that is created through the meditation on the avatar.
The brain neurons mirror, activate, and process all the observed movements and information of the avatar just by seeing. That means without any other physical act of meditation, where our entire body silently, without any movement, recreates what's happening in the avatar, distances far away. And we experience that superconscious energy radiated by the avatar. See, the science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan knows no distance. The modern science is just discovering this as the quantum tunneling. So when you enter into this space, you experience that thoughts per second rate drastically reduces, and you become mentally at ease in coexisting dimensions beyond duality, where we and the divine become one, unconditioned by the parameters of time and space. So it's the quantum tunneling is defined thus, how like an electron, when it has to cross over its energy barrier. It cannot do so as a particle, but it can as a wave, because it can just propagate through it. This is the same science that is imposed upon us when the darshan happens, the mirror neurons happen. There's a beautiful incident from Sri Krishna's life, where once, when Krishna saw his own reflection on extraordinary sweetness reflected in a jeweled wall, he was amazed and said, "How unprecedented and astonishing is this deep, indescribable sweetness of mine. Alas, when I see it, even I become greedy to enjoy its sweetness, just like Radhika. When I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it, but I can't. After due consideration, I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika." So the science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan is where the Nijavatara, manifesting Paramashiva consciousness, expresses the being of Paramashiva through the Divya Sharira, and manifests as Nijavatara, the physical form, the embodied form, for us to experience Paramashiva. So this science is like how we are going to be experiencing it today, is where Devi Parashakti, the pure consciousness, the formless, expresses through the being of Rajarajeshwari and manifests in the physical form of Devi Meenakshi. So the consciousness, see, we need to understand the Archavatara, the deity, reflects the consciousness, because we are not mature enough directly to receive from the deity itself. To bridge this gap, the avatar comes down. So he gives us that experience. When we had the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of the Nijavatara, manifesting beings of various dimensions of Paramashiva, the auspicious components and the powerfulness of those dimensions of Paramashiva are awakened in us.
The dimension of Paramashiva manifesting in the Nijavatara, for us to experience the same, is Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a direct experience of costless bliss. During Bhava Samadhi Darshan, our being comes alive and celebrates with the energy wave of existence. Our very muscles learn to imbibe and radiate Paramashiva. Bhava Samadhi Darshan expands of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way we understand.
even without much effort from our side. Our very bio-memory awakens the space of Paramashivoham, the ultimate consciousness during Bhava Samadhi. Just having a glimpse of the avatar burns janmas of karmas from you. The best space to be in to receive the darshan is gratitude, because when you are in that space of gratitude, all your conscious resolutions, the needs, wants, everything just drops. You become ready to reflect, you get into the pure space, ready to reflect Paramashiva, pure consciousness. That is all you need to manifest the best for your life and lives of people around you. Now, what is the right context to be in? Just have this inside you. I know you are the source of everything. You are everything, and you are in the embodied form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and you are in this body too. You are the source for both. O Devi Parashakti, let me connect with you, let you reveal yourself to me. Let me be in the Bhava Samadhi. Now, as we're all, let us all now get ready to receive the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. The next step that we are all going to do is entering into the Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra. But before that, we request all of you to take a few minutes, set up your Panchopachara Puja kit. The items that you need to do the Panchopachara Puja include sandalwood paste, flowers, incense, lamp, offering of food, Naivedyam, etc. Please get ready to receive Devi Parashakti. Now let's enter into the Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has blessed the Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra as an initiation, Diksha, that transmits the energy, experience, and powers in the form of sacred mantras, just like how the avatar transmits just by a look, Nayana Diksha or Sparsha Diksha, the Shaktis are transmitted to us. Same way, the avatar literally births himself as the mantra, that encompasses all his Shaktis, energies, and transmits those Shaktis to the devotees. Anyone to whom this mantra is chanted from the space of oneness and deep blissful awareness, that person is bestowed with health, well-being, wealth in abundance, prosperity, love, fulfilling relationships, enormous growth, success in business, job, finances. A complete and fulfilled life manifests without any types of doshas, sins, evil eyes, or obstacles, leading to a long, healthy, and a blissful life. With the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Kailasa's Department of Human Services and Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship is offering the Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra, the prayer service on behalf of all of you for the following benefits. For you to be healed of all your health issues, healed of all psychological stress, anxiety, addictions, depressions, pain patterns. We are also praying for you to have an improved career and a healed relationship, whether it's your spouse, family, or profession. We're also praying for you to have a breakthrough in the wealth dimension. We're also praying for all the children that were orphaned during the pandemic to be protected. We're praying to Devi Parashakti for you to have protection from natural calamities, protection from losses, solution to any problem. And for you to experience breakthrough in creativity, increased inspiration, and for you to be able to move out of debt. For you to be able to experience increased energy and vitality, for you to be able to be healed from all the insecurities, for you to be protected from any direct or indirect effects of the pandemic. We are praying for the leadership consciousness to be awakened in you, and for you to be healed from any genetic or inherited disorder, and experience complete completion in your muscle memory, completion in your bio memory, and completion with your biological mother. And open up yourself and deeply experience the feeling connection with the cosmic mother. We are praying for the divine feminine consciousness to be awakened in you, for the grace, blessings, and protection of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to always be with you. Let's enter into the Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Hrim Nithyanandaya Namaha. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha. Om Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasya Dhilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Triguna Rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. I surrender to that Sadguru who is eternal bliss, the bestower of supreme happiness, the one who is the embodiment of wisdom, who is beyond duality, who is omnipresent, to whom the supreme goal is giving the enlightenment experience, who is eternal, pure and unshakable, the silent spectator of all thought processes, who is beyond emotions, who is without the three qualities called Sattva, Rajas and Tamas.
When you make a conscious resolution in the presence of the avatar, the power of the Sankalpa itself will deliver the experience and manifest your reality.
Om Mamo Pata Samasta Duridakshaya Dwara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham. I am taking this conscious resolution today for destroying all my karmas and sins, and in order to please Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Asya Deva Devasya Mahadevasya Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayakasya. Who is the God of all gods? Who is the greatest of gods? The Lord of universes and multiverses. Who is the Lord of the cosmos? Sakala Jagat Srishti Siddhi Samhara Tiro Bhava Anugrahakya Panchagratya Parayanasya. The one who does the cosmic actions of creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out delusion and liberation. Adi Madhyantaraitasya Aprameya Parakramasya Tattvartha Gocharasya. The one who is the beginning, middle, and end. The one who is immeasurable. Akara Ukara Makaratmaka Pranavatmakasya Vrishabharudhasya. Mahadevasya Kamikadivatulanta Mahatantrakya Shaiva Gamaswarupasya Sakala Nigama Gamaswarupasya Shuddhadvaita Shaiva Swarupasya Nityananda Padastasya Nityananda Swarupasya Shuddha Sachidananda Vigrahasya Rupa Rupaditasya Sakala Nishkala Swarupasya Nitya Niranjana Niramaya Nirvikara Khandadi Visheshanasya Shri Nityanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivasya Shri Nityanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiv Avatar Bhutasya Sarvadeva Devi Swarupasya Bhagavataha Shri Nityananda Paramashivasya Cha Prityartham Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmana Madhya Pararte Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivasvatamanvantare Ashtavimshati Tame Nitya Yuge Prathame Pade Jambu Dvipe Bharata Varshe Bharata Khande Meroho Dakshine Pashve Shatabde Asmin Vartamane Vyavaharike Prabhavadinam Shrashyaha Samvatsaranam Madhye Shubhanama Samvatsare Shubhayane Shubharatau Shubhamase Shubhapakshe Shubhatitau Shubhavasare Yuktayam Shubhanakshatra Shubhayoga Shubhashishtayam Asyam Shubhaditau Adi Kailase Kalpavrikshasya Daha Nityanandanagare Smrita Smritana Muktidayake Mahakshetre. Now we request all the participants, whether you're offering this mantra for yourself or for someone else. If you are offering this for a male, kindly chant the male names now. Namadheyasya. Now we request all the participants, whether you're offering this for yourself or for someone else. If you're offering this for a female, kindly chant the female names now. Namnyaha cha yajamananam avayoho sahakutumbhanam bandhuvarganam dayadivarganam mitravarganam sodaravarganam samesham. For all those who are participants, so send me with their families, relatives, inheritors, brothers, friends, and everyone. Sarva bhishta siddhyartham, sarva mangalavaptyartham, uttarottarana chinna sthiralakshmi praptyartham. Always let there be all types of good and auspiciousness. Always let there be abundant flow and steady flow of abundance, prosperity, and wealth. Kutumbe sarvesham sarva bhishta siddhyartham chintita manoratha vaptyartham. Let the family always have all kinds of auspiciousness and anything which is desired be fulfilled. Samesham adivyadi nivrityartham samesham chiradipada paryantam vidyamananam sameshu angeshu jarita janishyamana sakala vidha nana vidaroganam vyabohartam tadvara rogadrigatra siddhyartham. Let all chronic diseases be healed. Let all kinds of diseases and disorders in the body starting from head till toe, which is occurred or which is yet to be occurred with in the various parts of the body be healed. Let a strong diseases, healthy huntsman, graceful body be of Samesham Parikartribhishya Kritakarishямana Sakala Vidha Mantra Tantra Yantra Vishachurna Abhichara Sambhana Marana Uchatana Vidveshana Vashikaranadi Mantrika Prayoge Vyaharakshana Praptyartam Tadvara Rogat Samesham Sarvabhishta Siddhyartham. Let protection be obtained from all the evil effects of acts performed by people either in the past or yet to be performed in the future. through the use of mantras, tantras, yantras, poisonous pills, employing pills for malevolent purposes like making a person immobile, killing a person through vomiting diarrhea, upsetting and ruining the health, poisoning and hypnotizing, etc. Apamrityu dosha nivrityartham, kalam mrityu, akalam mrityu, durmrityu nivrityartham. Let all the doshas and related death like death, silent death, unnatural death, fatal death be removed. Samesha manta drishti, vahi drishti, krura drishti, vyapara drishti, anukula drishti, pratikula drishti, ityadi. Sakala vida drishta dosha nivrityartham. Let all the effects of evil eyes from known and unknown sources, effects of cruelty, filled eyes, evil eyes of business enemies, effects of evil eyes of people who may project as if they are well wishers, and the effects of evil eyes of the people who are against our well-being be removed. Samesham anta shatru vahi shatru krura shatru vyapara shatru anukula shatru pratikula shatru ityadi sakala vida shatru badha nivrityartham. Let all the effects of inner enemies, outer enemies, fears enemies, business enemies, enemies who project themselves as good, and enemies who work against our well-being be removed. Samesha matrusha padi sakala vida shapanam vyapohanartham. Let the effects of all the curses right from the mother be removed. And adi avidya vasanaya pravartamane asmin mahati samsara chakre vichitra bhihi karmagati bhihi vichitrasu yonishu punah punahane kada janatva. From time immemorial, due to ignorance, we get caught in the vast cycle of birth and death. Due to the effects of our action, we take birth again and again in various bodies. It is quite strange. Kenapi punyakarma visheshena bhagavataha Nithyananda Paramashivasya Parimitaya Kripaya Idanintana Manushya Janma Praptavatam. Yet, due to some good action, with extreme and immeasurable compassion and grace of Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam, we have been blessed with a human body. Samesham iha janmani purva janmani janma janmantareshu sarvaihi kritana Shiva ninda devi ninda guru ninda dosha vyapohartham Shiva parada devya parada gurva parada dosha vyapohartham. Any kind of abuse we may have done to Paramashiva, Parashakti and Guru in the present birth, past birth, or in any of the births be removed. Any kind of crimes or offences committed against Paramashiva, Parashakti and Guru be removed. Brahma Hatya Sura Pana Swarnasteya Guru Talpa Gamana Tatsansargakya Panchamaha Patakali Samasta Papa Vetiriktatam. Let the 5 great sins like killing a Brahmin, drinking prohibited alcohol, stealing gold, having illicit relationship with Guru's wife, one's own mother, elder sister, and other such motherly figures, and associating with those people who have committed one of the above mentioned sins be removed. Apicha sarvai balye vayasi kaumare yovane vardhake. As a child, adolescent, youth, and as an old age person, jagrat swapna sushupti avasthasu. Let all the karmic effects of action done in the wakeful dream or deep sleep, that karmendriya jnanendriya vyaparai sambhavitanam. Let all the sins done through karmendriyas, that is the 5 organs which perform action like speech, hands, feet, excreting, and reproductive organs, and jnanendriyas, that is the 5 organs which receive information like ears, eyes, nose, tongue, and skin. Rahasyakratanam, prakashakritanam, atipatakanam, upapatakanam, sankalikaranam, malilikaranam, apatikaranam, jati brahmchakanam, prakiritanam, evam navanam, navavidhanam, bahunam, bahuvidhanam, sarvesham papanam, sadhyaha. Let the sins which were done openly or secretly, the greatest of the great sins, minor or the minor sins, multiple sins like raping a woman, unjustifiable sin, sin of destroying the caste system, narrow-minded sin, such 9 sins and 9 types of sins, more sins and more types of sins be removed immediately and instantly. Apanodana dwara समस्त मंगल प्राप्त्यर्थम शिव भक्ति देवी भक्ति गुरु भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम परमशिवत्व परमशिव शक्ति परमशिव स्थिति सिद्ध्यर्थम. The rule of sins be severed with all auspiciousness. Paramashiva bhakti devi bhakti guru bhakti be obtained. Let the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, and powers of Paramashiva be obtained. Kutumbe sarvada sanmangala praptyartham anyonya prema abhivridyartham purnatva siddhyartham sarva panivridyartham. Let the whole family always be showered with all auspiciousness, that mutual love bloom among all the people. Let completion happen. Let all the mishap be removed. Kshetrarogya vaptyartham ayurvridyartham. Let healthy body be obtained instantly and immediately. Let longevity be bestowed. Vyapari udyogecha sarvajanavashikaranatam tadvara unato natasthana praptyartham. Let your charisma impress everyone in business and job, and through that let you attain the best of the best position. Bahudana saukya praptyartham griha kanaka pashuputra paudra dhanadhanya saukya praptyartham. Let extreme and wealthy happy life happen. Let various wealth be showered in the form of house, gold, cattle, children, grandchildren, money, grains, and all the comforts related to world. Life adityadina navanam grahanam dosha pida nivaranatam adityadina navanam grahanam anukulyata siddhyartham. Let all the malefic effects of the 9 planets be removed, and let the auspiciousness be bestowed by the grace of all 9 planets. Bhumyantarikshe vidyamana bhuta preta pishacha rakshasa brahma rakshasa vetala Kushmanda, Dakini, Shakini, Ityadi, Sarvarishta Nivaranartham. Let all the evil effects that cause calamities on planet Earth, the evil effects of various demonic beings like Bhuta, Preta, dead people, Pishacha, demon, Rakshasa, Brahma Rakshasa, Vetala, Ghost, Kushmanda, class of demons, Dakini, little devil, Shakini, kind of female demon be removed, Manovyakulata Nivaranartham. Let the mental confusion and worry be removed. Prarabdhe karmani, karishyamane karmani, adidevika, adibhautika, adhyatmika, vigna nivaranartham. Let all the obstacles be removed with regard to actions done or going to be done relating to God, world and spirituality. Samasarana nivaranartham, Dhana Lakshmi, Dhanya Lakshmi, Santana Lakshmi, Saubhagya Lakshmi, Vidya Lakshmi, Shaurya Lakshmi, Vijay Lakshmi, Vidya Lakshmi, Ityadi Ashtalakshmi, Paripurna Kripa Kataksha Siddhyartham. Let all the loans be removed. Let all the Ashtalakshmis, like Dhana Lakshmi, wealth, Dhanya Lakshmi, food and grains, Santana Lakshmi, offspring, Saubhagya Lakshmi, fortune, Vidya Lakshmi, knowledge, Shaurya Lakshmi, bravery, Veera Lakshmi, heroism, Vijay Lakshmi, success be showered. Parikshasु उन्नत स्थाने विजय प्राप्त्यर्थं सर्व विद्या पारंगता सिद्ध्यर्थं मेधा शक्ति ग्रहण शक्ति अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं. Let the top rank be obtained in the examination. Let all the excellence be acquired in all the fields of knowledge. Let memory, power, understanding, ability be increased. Ityadi sakala vida sanmangalani guru kripa katakshina praptyartham. By the grace of the Guru, let all the above auspicious be showered upon Shri Kailas Nadadvadashanta Shyamala Pitha Roda Shri Meenakshi Sundareshwara Abhinna Sarupa Parashyaputra Ratna Kumara Gurumanya Tulyavatara Shri Parvati Sanyapana Labda Divya Jnana Vishuddha Sakala Nigama Gamasara Bhuta Dravida Veda Pravartre Srimad Paramashiva Karuna Samadhikata Mukta May Chitra Shreyana Giyamana Chatra Chamara Shri Chinha Kahaladi Samasta Birada Valyalankrita Jnana Vijnana Chakravarti Sarvajana Sangha Sadhyo Nirvana Diksha Vyapavarga Varsha Vishrana Ji Muta Paramatakalabe Sari Shaiva Siddhanta Stapana Charya Shri Rajadi Raja Pandya Maharaja Guru Shapana Shakyadi Mahandakara Nivarana Jnana Bhanu Vikshana Narhar Dvajo Chedana Purvaka Srimad Rishabha Dvajastapaka Shaiva Samaya Kartre Acharya who established the Shaiva Siddhanta, the Raja Guru of the Pandya King, the Supreme King of all kings. The Guru is also the Pandya King, the Supreme King of all kings. The enlightening sun that removes utter darkness of delusion, the one who installed the Vrishabha flag, the creator and reviver of Shaivism. Sarvajna Pitha Ruda Shri Jagat Guru Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Swami Vaghi Sundara Manikya Vachaka Swamina Avatara Bhuta Shri Jnana Sambandha Swami Punaratirtha Shamala Pita Sarvajna Pita Tanvatitara Dushidama Guru Mahasannidhana. The one who is the ruler of Sarvajna Pita, the seat of omniscience, O the avatar of such with above mentioned attributes, the Guru of the whole world, Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Swami Appar Sundara and Manikya Vachaka Swami, O the ruler of the kingdom of enlightenment, the Shamala Pita Mahasamastana, which was created and